Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third episode. Yes, it's the third episode of The Sovereign Sacrifice, a Call of Cthulhu Gaslight actual play written by me, Chris Lofts, and hosted by the Illusion Horror and Con YouTube channel. For those of you who are viewing this stream for the very first time, we're using Chaosium's 3rd edition Cthulhu by Gaslight rule set and some updates and modifications to fit the narrative. And while I am going to give a quick recap of the events, if you haven't watched the first 2 episodes, you may want to give them a view, because there's a lot of details in there that you might miss out on. Just a reminder, this is a horror role-playing game, actual play, which means that certain topics might be disturbing or not suitable for a younger audience. Just making you aware. Any depiction of names, locations, and persons is purely fictional, and any resemblance with anyone either living or dead is purely coincidental. Also, when it comes to horror role-playing, we definitely like to use things like the X card and lines and veils in order to keep player safety. We keep that going. And if you're unfamiliar with the Illusion Horror Con, it's an annual 3-day virtual tabletop event that takes place in first week in December, roughly the first week in December, I think it is. Anyhow, you should check it out. It is an amazing online virtual con for horror role type games. And finally, I'd like to send out a big, huge thanks to Sirenscape.com for their awesome sound effects and music. I mean, really, really awesome. Plus, I'd like to thank YouTube streamers Rest for the Wicked, Jesse Amon, the Montana cellist. Yes, there's a Montana cellist. Composer Graham Plowman from the Cthulhu Mythos Music, and Michael Gelfi Studios for their amazing ambience music. If you're looking for good music for your games, please go check them out. Their links are down in the description. So, to recap previous events, just quick recap. The setting is England, and it's October 31st, 1893. We began watching the Tower of London's ravens all take flight, fly north, and they go north and do not return. It's a grim portent, and it is said that the Kingdom of England and the Tower of London will fall if they ever leave the fortress, and they have left. Our investigators are from various parts of the world and have traveled all over London and are coming to London to attend the annual Alliance, our International Alliance for Psychical Research, or IAPR, Gala and Masquerade Ball, which is scheduled to take place tonight, Halloween night. It's an exciting event, to be sure. It's all anyone ever could talk about in circles of the high society within London, especially all of the different clubs. To witness those who can actually touch the ethereal plane and speak with the dead, to meet those with supernatural powers. How exciting indeed. But that was before the roller coaster of terrifying events this past week. The attempted sacrifice on the Duke and Duchess of York's son, the mysterious sinking of the luxury cruise liner R.M.S. Campania, the backstory and history that haunts our investigators. It's been a whirlwind, and a supposed elegant dinner party turning into a nightmare. What does it all mean? We now find our investigators a bit downtrodden, somewhat confused, and they sit aboard a train, the 11:55 p.m. train, heading back to London from the quaint village of Bourton-on-the-Water in the Cotswolds, and they contemplate the events of Bamford Manor, the horrific death of Father Nora Benwiddle, kidnapping of Sir Richard Bamford and Jessica Wainwright, Margaret's assistant and good friend, not to mention the disappearance of explorer Eric Loritzen. It would seem that all of this can be laid at the feet of the nefarious group or cult, the Judas Society. So now that we've set the scene, let's dive in. But before we do, those of you watching, I want you to grab your favorite beverage, get some tasty snacks, curl up on your couch, relax, and imagine that you're in a movie theater and the lights have all gone down and the screen has flickered to life. The camera pans in on a train just buzzing away through the night across the Cotswolds, the middle country area of England. Is very rolling hills, and normally in the daytime you would see green, but it's nighttime. We find our characters or our players sitting in a Pullman car. The tail end car is a very luxurious car at the back of the train, and they're kind of quiet right now. They're sitting, thinking about what just happened. Some may be out on the observatory deck that's on the back end, just looking into the night sky. We're not sure. So we will start from there. And David, let's go ahead and come back. And so I'll start with... Well, first, let's start with Eric, because we haven't discussed this yet. So Eric, while you were at Bamford Manor, you literally got hit over the head with something very heavy. You felt your body being put into a large sack, and you were drug over hill and dale. You're feeling really, and you feel your body being lifted up, and it was sort of tossed into the back of a wagon with a thud. Your shoulders just killing you. And then one of us just went, "All right, you got this one. Is it him?" And you feel the bag being untied around your head, and they expose your head. "This ain't him. Get rid of him." And the guy just takes his foot and kicks you out the back end of the wagon. And so as you're laying there in the street trying to get yourself, basically looking like a cocoon, trying to get yourself out, laying in the middle of the road, you see a group of people coming your way, and it happens to be Margaret and Nicholas, or Margaret and Dr. Finley and Lennox, the whole crew. They've kind of come upon you. They've kind of get you out of that sack and dust you off. And you are too, as well, on board the train, sitting there with a drink in hand. You're not sure exactly what happened or why that happened, but you're there. So since I already talked about you in particular, tell me what he would be doing right now.
I mean, obviously he was, the subject of some violence. I might have a bump on my head. I'm still a bit groggy. And I'm trying to understand who they mistook me for, because they obviously meant to kidnap someone else, and they took me by mistake. So that's I'm occupied with the thoughts of who were they trying to target, and also with my physical discomfort of just because did this just happen, or has it been?
Oh, you've been probably on the train. Well, it took a little bit of time to get from the road where you're at, and because you have to get back to Bourton on the Water, which probably took an hour just by walking. Okay. But
so I'm starting to clear up a bit, but I still.
Well, the party kind of tell you sort of what happened. They know that Dr. Bamford has been kidnapped.
Died. Okay. So
he's been kidnapped. And you started to think about it, and you're like, we're roughly the same height.
Maybe they mistook me for him. I see.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate. But but I'm glad to be alive. I mean, they could have killed me, but they didn't. They just kicked me off. So I suppose I'm happy to be alive. I'm still a bit in physical discomfort because I got, they've hit over the head. But
right. And the waiter aboard in the Pullman train wagon, or the car. Comes up, provides you with any type of drink, so you're kind of just relaxing for a moment, having a drink, whatever it is, to try and just contemplate what's going on. From there, we move over to Dr. Finley. After all of this has taken place, what are you doing? What are you thinking?
Well, Dr. Finley has a newfound friend in the face of Lennox Morgan. So... well, he still finds it hard to believe, me, a friend with this man, but it seems that we have few things in common. So he would be spending the rest of the evening with him.
Okay.
Asking him questions about his past and and things that have happened so far. Why did he behave in this way? What is the thing that he was talking to when we were on board the ship? There was something in your pocket, Lennox. You were talking to that thing. Was it something? Was it a pet or something?
Lennox just looks at you, and I think he's more befuddled, and just nods, like yes. Not really understanding what you just said.
Is your friend still there with you?
Sorry, Dr. Finlay.
I understand.
do
I understand.
No, he's right here, and he pulls out his little mouse, and kind of gives it a couple of nice strokes on the back.
May I
Yes.
touch it?
Yes. And he looks at you and kind of just a bit confused, maybe. Dr. Finlay, did I go with you here to the train? How did I come here? Was it me? Did we talk, right?
Yes. Don't you remember? We
I hope I
had an understanding.
Yes. Wasn't there? There was somebody else. Was there not? Captain.
I tell if he's faking it or not.
No, I'm not trying to fake it. Like, he's really concerned. Like, he's confused, and he's trying to piece together what times are correct and what things happen truly. Like, you would see this as paranoia or onsets of schizophrenia, maybe.
The psychology roll was...
Yeah.
You nailed it. He gave you all the info. It's all good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yep. I think that's it. And I'm this close into revealing something to him, something very personal, but not yet. Not yet. Maybe soon enough. Maybe when he's more confident, more certain of himself. Maybe then. For the time being, I'll stick around with him and maybe offer him a drink. That's on me.
Thank you, Doctor. I think I should let it rest for a while. And do we have a glass of water or something? Or maybe something to calm my nerves? Nudge, nudge. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. I'll go and fetch a glass of water and drop something inside it. Maybe a mild sedative, something to help you sleep.
Sure. You were tempted to do the laudanum, but went, no, that might be a bit much. But you do come up with something that's a little bit milder to help him relax a little bit.
Do you want me to roll medicine in case of an accident, or maybe?
Nope, not with this. No, it's just a general basic thing. It's not something that you.
How uncertain is Dr. Finlay about his medicine skills when he needs to do a roll for a tincture? But
you never know. His hands are shaking a bit more nowadays. So
you're gonna make me give you a roll now. No. I think you're fine with this. So yeah.
I just want to say, like, I think Lennox is equally cautious in revealing things, but like, it's more like that he doesn't know if he can trust him yet, and vice versa. And I think it's the careful approach that the two of them are like dancing around at the moment.
Right. Okay. So for the viewers, one thing I forgot to mention, it was a very important thing I forgot to mention, is that also in the car with them is an old friend, a person of which they thought went down with the R.M.S. Campania. And he's sitting over in the corner. It is old Tom Sigurdsson, Captain Tom Sigurdsson, Old Tom as they call him, who's got a left leg as a peg leg below the knee, and he's across the way from you, Dr. Finley. And he's just kind of sitting there with a well, it's basically a bottle of beer, but you think it's beer, and he's just kind of holding on to it, and he's just staring at you, puffing on his pipe.
Yeah.
Not saying a word.
I think that would have been my confusion, by the way, because I thought he wasn't with us, and I saw him, and that's why I was like confused. That did I see him or did I not see him? But if he's with us, that changes that bit.
I'm gonna say you don't remember. You just see him over the corner. It's like, wait a minute, where'd you come from? Because you didn't see him.
That works then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, okay. Yep. So yeah, he's just staring at you, Dr. Finley. Margaret, what are you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm gonna avoid his gaze. I'm not staring back at him. No.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's all good. Margaret, what would you be doing right now after all that's transpired? And poor Jessica.
Well, exactly. Poor Jessica. I think at this point Eric might be wishing that he was in fact still kidnapped, but because I've asked him about 17 times what he remembers and if he heard any signs that Jessica was, with the kidnappers also. I think I might have offered to hypnotize him in case, there was inaccessible memories that he, was not able to tell me about. I'm willing to try anything at this point to find out where my Jessica's got to. I'm horribly worried, and I feel responsible for having put her through so much danger. And I mean, it's just been such an awful evening, and I have no idea how I'm ever going to attend a fancy gala.
Right.
I'm a wreck at this point. I probably am silently sobbing into a cup of tea.
Right. So, I'm going to say that I'm sure you probably already grilled Eric about what he experienced, all of the things. And Eric, you do remember hearing the whimpering sounds of a woman in the same carriage that you were in. Yeah, but that's all you remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I think
I guess Jessica was the only woman that was in the house, so that's good.
well, there was another one, but she's unfortunately dead.
She's dead, and none of the servants were missing. So that might be giving me some reason to feel hopeful.
Well, Ivan was also there. He opted to take his own path. He said he had other things to take care of before attending the gala, being his normal self. Lennox, you hear in your mind as he's literally long gone. You can't see anymore. Lennox, I will talk at you. I will talk at you then. Yes, we talk more. Goodbye.
Spasiba.
And so this leaves us finally with Johannes Rike, who's holding in his hands right now very strange book called the Liber Maleficarum.
Yeah, the book was mostly in things that I cannot understand and some Latin, right? I mean, also things that I cannot understand.
Well, things that you definitely can understand the Latin to an extent, depending on how well you roll, basically. And as far as the other things, it just is going to take you a longer time other than just, flipping through the pages and that's it. It's going to take you some time to study. So while you're aboard the train, you've had at least a couple hours to really kind of look at this.
I am very intended to look at this, I might be needing help from somebody who's better at Latin than I am, which is probably the doctor.
Okay.
So I'll be poring over it with the doctor.
All right. Well, let me see those rolls.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's an excellent opportunity to get away from the captain. Yes.
Very
Right.
good.
Okay. Right. So Latin. Well, I'm not that good, but let's see. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh. Well, that's a failure, but I think I can spend 14 points of luck if you allow it to make it a success. I think it's very important, and I don't want to be, ridiculed for not being able to read Latin.
Right. So I tell you what. Johannes, go ahead and make your roll through it, and we'll come back to you real quick, Dr. Finley, in just a minute.
Right.
So let's see what he does.
Oh, I don't have a Latin roll, so
Oh, you
I'm going
don't?
of what he
Oh.
tells me, and
Okay. Well, that narrows it down then. All right. So if you're gonna spend the points, that looks like
Right.
14 points, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. So all right then. So you from what you glean is that outside of sort of basically a script of this appears to be a spell book of a witch, and you think, based off of what you saw with Constance Morley's from the excerpts from her diary, that this was her book. And you note there are 3 spells in here. And you got a basic. First off, let's see. All right, both of you are reading this. I take it back. So let's see. All right, Dr. Finley, you need to roll a D10. You lose D10 sanity points.
Oh, nice.
First. So yeah, we gotta do that one.
Automatically, right? It's just
D10 immediately.
D10.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Sure. D10. That's a 1.
Oh, gee, Merry Christmas. How lucky can we get? All right. So you lose 1 sanity point.
Right.
For you, Johannes, because you're not actually reading this, you're just, not really sure what's being said. It doesn't matter. You're kind of seeing picture stuff. I'm going to say a D4.
Cool.
Okay. Of course, he gets the 4. All right. Well.
Oh.
Yeah. Whatever it is, just some of these photos are kind of disturbing, and I'm thinking about it right now because I want to make sure to get this out for you guys. Very disturbing, kind of just esoteric writings, and these some of the language is written. You don't have no idea what the language is. You can
it's
only
definitely not Latin.
Yeah, it would not be the Latin. Yeah, exactly. The stuff is you just have no idea. But these are the pictures. I'm assuming everybody sees them. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. So,
Can I roll a cult to put this into a better context?
sure, you can roll in a cult.
It's a hard success.
Well, I'm trying to discern how much this information this is going to help you with, based on what the good doctor has basically described to you. You're fairly certain that this is absolutely an authentic book from that time period, and these esoteric symbols and stuff like that it's kind of the darker side of the witchcraft spectrum, if you get my meaning, because they're and it's really all about 3 things, and that's why there's only 3 spells in there. It's about caging. One is called caging a fiend, which allows you to bind. It's a binding spell. The other one is called Withered Command, which will allow you to command a fiend. And the third one is Call of the Damned. And this is obviously for summoning. So clearly, this is what this bell is. This is why this was in the possession of Dr. Bamford, or at least in the possession of the Judas Society. So that's it. Also, I'm going to say, through the discussions today on the train and everything that you guys have been talking about, we'll get to. I think we've talked to everybody so far, right? With Lennox and Dr. Finley. Suddenly you feel more attuned to your special ability. It's like it just all of a sudden the closer you get to London, the more this attunement takes place. You all may increase your ability scores by 20%.
Oh, that's generous. Okay, 20%.
So that's basically, I mean, you only know what the spells do to actually be able to actually cast them. You need more time. That's going to take some time.
But this is something I'm going to ask the doctor if he's certain that with the information he's finding in the letter, we could be theoretically able to cast these.
I think when the word casting happened, or you even just say this within the wagon, you will feel a warmth next to your ear. You're talking about casting something, huh? Oh yes. We should do that. What do we do? What do we cast? What do we call upon?
Are you looking at it, Lennox? The book?
I mean, unless they are avidly trying to avert my eyes from it, I will kind of peek over it like a lizard kind of climbing over the back of the cart.
Shoulder.
And just like,
Yeah.
oh, wonderful. Oh, yes, these very ancient, very old Mesopotamia, maybe even older. Oh, yes, I see the influence of this. Most of it sounds a bit gibberish, but yeah, it's more the intent.
So Johannes and you guys allowing Lennox to do this? You're okay with that?
Oh, good
Mr.
question.
Mr. Morgan, could you settle down a little bit?
Oh, yes. I do apologize. I just it just piqued my interest when I heard about this. I just spoke to Yvonne and I don't know, it just was interesting. I thought there was something here. I feel this strength, this power coming from this book. Certainly you feel it too, right? Yes, you can feel it.
You hear from across the room. Aye, that be the book the she-witch was carrying. I saw it. Saw it with my own eyes, I did.
I think Lennox jumps a bit because he maybe blended him out the whole time.
Probably did.
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of looks at the others like, you heard the man, right? The sailor there in the back. You heard him speak?
Isn't it delightful that Tom is still alive? I still can't get over it. It's been such a grim day, and this is the only good.
Pay no attention to me. Especially you, Doctor. He just gives a smile, and a big puff of smoke comes out of his pipe. And Lennox, I want you to make an occult check.
Certainly. Let's see how that... Yeah, regular success.
Okay. So, what was I thinking of? All right, so you recognize that this is definitely the same type of you've seen some of these images before from a time when you were much younger and from your previous experiences. And yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. So you definitely find that.
I probably just let the book dump into the lap of Johannes, just step back, go on the other side of the carriage, sit down, just stare out the window, not saying anything.
You feel a flask kind of been touched upon your shoulder, and it has a, and Barry, take a swig. Old Tom that'll right you up.
He looks at the doctor while taking the flask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems that everyone is looking at the doctor currently. So,
Well, I'm looking at you as help, because you gave me something that I trust that will either help me, or if I take it with alcohol will not be good. So it's more like well, can I drink this?
Yeah, well, you gather it's whiskey, probably.
Yeah, no. It's more like
okay,
seeking the doctor's approval on this. That's the main thing.
I see. I got it.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll just nod at you. Yes.
And she probably downs then half of the flask.
All right then. If you feel you need it, Old Tom will be over here if you just need to talk.
I think he's going over to Old Tom. He's not going to talk, but he's going to try to talk to him mentally. And that's about it.
Well, okay. All right, roll. Or did you roll? No, not for that.
There you go.
Holy crud. Yeah. All right. What do you say?
Where were you? What happened to you?
He jumps out of his frickin' chair. She's going to be back. She's got to be back here. Have you seen her? He looks over. You, Playfair. Miss Margaret. Do you see her? Have you seen the little she-witch? She's talking to me, I swear. She's in me ears. Wait a minute. That wasn't a woman's voice. Who be that?
It was me.
He looks over, looks around, pinpoints you, Lennox. Are you talking to me right now? Did you just say something?
No, I did not.
Did you say that physically or okay?
No, that's mentally.
All right. He takes out the flask that you just drank out of, and what's a little left of it, he sits down. Right. Never mind me. I have not been right since they had to be hanging in the bottom of that ship, up by chains, slicing me gizzards. And in his mind, you hear, do you know? Are you aware of what that doctor friend of yours did? I was given something that made me almost. I couldn't speak. I couldn't hear. I couldn't move. I was like a statue, and I remember being hung down in the basement of the holes, the cargo holds of the Campania. I remember big fist, punching me over and over again. After that, they gave me more of that drink, and I was frozen solid, basically. They had me laying flat. And next thing you know, they put me in that freezer in the other part of the hold. At the front of the ship, the one that held all the bodies. All the ones that were floating aboard, that they were taken in. I was laid there, piled amongst the dead, staring at the eyes, the blue, crystal-looking eyes of some woman who had drowned, her baby swaddled in her arms. I couldn't move. I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to suffocate. And then there was a glimmer of light. I heard the door open to the room. And I saw shadows of people coming in, and I thought, oh, praise be. Someone help me. And I tried to scream. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I couldn't say anything. And a light was shone on me. And I overheard, what's that man's name? Barnaby. That was the man's name. The one that's your friend's was his assistant. He called and said, hey, there's old Dom there. And I said, oh, yay, I'm fantastic. I'm going to be saved. And do you know, the doctor just said, leave him. And if it weren't for his assistant, Barnaby, I would probably be in the deep right now in the Atlantic. But he took me out, took me back to his cabin. It's there. He basically nursed me back to health for a couple of days. I dare not make my presence known. I didn't know who else was after me, so I'd stay hid amongst the third-class passengers that managed to make their way out, and saved a few of them along the way. Tracked all of you here. Tracked you to that madman's house. That wonderful dinner. Thought it high time that I make myself presence known. See if I can give you a hand in this crazy mixed up thing that we're all in dealing with. But I would watch him closely. I know he will. And he kind of looks over towards Dr. Finley. Again, takes a big puff of smoke out of his pipe, sits back, and mine just sort of trails and wanders off.
I think Lennox would just
So was
look at
this
him.
mental communication to Lennox alone?
Yes. We're going to say it was basically him speaking in his own mind. Yeah, it was between him and them. Yeah, he was just...
Good. Just making sure.
Yeah, nobody else knows. So, yeah.
Lennox just offers him some tobacco, rolls up his cigarettes, and I think the two of them just, for the rest of the ride, just stare out of the window or just sit there opposite each other and roll into London, not saying a word anymore.
Okay. So, is there anything else anybody else wants to do while they're aboard the train? Johannes, anything? Based on what you found with the book and the dagger?
While I'm reading the book and I'm in close conversation with the doctor, I would ask the doctor a couple of things. Doctor, this sailor character, how does he factor into this?
Well, he joined us when we sailed from the States, headed towards the UK, towards England. We thought he was lost. He was lost in the sea, with Campania sunk. But I didn't expect him to be alive, to be honest. I do not know if I can trust this man or not. So just keep in your mind that he might say things that might sound crazy, he might sound paranoid. Just note positively and make him happy, so he won't get excited and might become violent. You see, just say yes to everything he says.
Dr. Finley,
Alright.
I need you to quick make a test on your ability.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
No, I failed, I'm afraid.
You feel incredibly cold right now. Yeah, very, very cold. Lennox, need you to make a roll as well. Yeah, you feel very, very cold, and you think you hear. You think you hear. Apologies. You think you hear your wife crying distantly.
They're all sanity, or
It's only your wife crying. You have nothing to hide, right? She's crying in joy to see you soon again.
that or something else. Well, I think I will roll sanity if you. I think it's fitting here. I think here my wife. Is that okay with you, Chris? Or okay?
I'm sorry. One more. Remind me again. Apologies. I was multitasking. Sorry.
Oh yes. Hearing my late wife's voice cry
Yes.
should probably trigger a sanity roll, I think, because or
Yeah. No, I agree. You're right. Go ahead. Yeah. Please roll.
because
That makes sense.
yeah, that's success. Maybe
Just
one
one point.
point.
One point.
Right. So Johannes, you would see Finley freeze for a moment and then shiver like he got really cold. And Johannes, you will excuse me for the night. I need to get some rest. That was a rather exciting evening. Hope my notes
That
help
it was.
you with
That it was. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your help.
Yes. I'll take my leave and head. Do we have rooms, personal bunkers, personal rooms where we can sleep, or is it more like just a seated train?
Yeah, there is a sleeper car. But I'll take that back now. There isn't a sleeper car on this because of the fact that they're going. It's only a 2.5 hour ride by train to London, and yeah, it's not a long trip type train. So yeah, but there's couches here, plenty comfortable. They're almost be like beds. So up to you.
But I'll go and have a chat with my late wife's dress. I have it somewhere inside one of my luggage. Yeah.
Okay.
Pull the dress out of the luggage and smell it. And
Are you doing that in the same car as them, or are you going?
No. I need some privacy.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say. So I'm going to say that yes, you managed to find some privacy. Actually, there's an area it's sort of the car is much like a parlor, and there are books that can be looked at and read, and it doesn't seem to be many people there. It's very late at night. This is a late night train anyway, so there's nobody in the room. So you're able to do what you said. You were able to pull out the dress and the moth-eaten light blue dress of your wife. You hear again the distant crying.
Yes. I think I will. She had to intervene. All right. I think I will whisper
Hmm.
very loud, and I will tell her that Abigail, we have already discussed this. I had to do what I had to do. You do understand? I thought you agreed with me. Now, what is it? What is it that you want?
You
I'm doing this for you.
You hear echoes of her sobbing and crying. It kind of fades in loud, the crescendos and decrescendos. It kind of comes in like all over the place, and you hear you can't discern what she's actually saying other than you hear the two words, "For shame." And then you hear, "Hi, Daddy." Standing next to you is your daughter.
Oh, even though I failed my role, right? She's there. Okay. Oh, boy.
You're seeing this. It did, yeah. Whether you failed or not, no.
Mm.
So, yeah. Well, Mommy won't talk to you. Why is that, Daddy?
Hey, Katie. Sometimes mommies and daddies, fight with each other, but you know that they love each other.
You've been a bad daddy.
Yeah, I was naughty.
Well, you better apologize. You like you say, you always apologize. You do something bad, Daddy.
Let me ask you something, Katie. Do you think I should apologize to you, Mommy, or to the man I hurt?
You hurt someone, Daddy? Who'd you hurt, Daddy?
Someone I had to. Sometimes they're bad people.
Bad people? Oh, what bad people, Daddy? I'll get them.
No. You be a good girl. I'll take care of it. Just tell Mommy that I will take care of it, and tell her that I'm really ashamed of myself, and I'm sorry.
Well, you better do something because Mommy's awful mad, and I don't like it when she doesn't talk to you. And you better kiss my Dolly goodnight because it's time. It's bedtime. It's time for me to go. She just holds up her Dolly, don't you? Your hands just kind of float and glide through this doll that she had. And you just kind of tenderly kind of lean over it as if you're mimicking her. That's not a good kiss, Daddy, but that'll do. That's fine. I gotta go. Be
Take
good.
care, little girl. Yes, and remember, soon we'll be together again.
We will? I'll tell Mommy that.
Yes.
And she
After that.
fades off into the corner, into the wall.
All right.
Okay. So, unless anybody else has anything else to do, I would imagine Dr. Finley's going to tries to keep himself calm and together after that whole experience. Anybody else doing anything? Nope. Okay. So the train speeds through the night, and you start to see, even at this time of night, it's probably about 1 o'clock in the morning now, and you start to see in the distance the distant flickering of some of the lights around London. You manage to get to the station, and only a few people get off the train besides yourselves. Wasn't many, and it looks as though that the train, the engine itself, is being unhinged or unhitched from the previous cars and is being brought into an area to be serviced. There is no one here at the station right now. I need to know, or somebody just roll. I need someone to roll a luck check for me for the whole party. Who has the lowest luck?
53.
Got 41 here.
Okay.
Current high bid.
70.
You.
I think that's the doctor.
No.
Okay. So
Yeah, that's what you get for spending 14 points of luck.
there you go.
All right.
So
Okay. I'm rolling. All right. That's a hard success.
Outstanding. So, literally, it's almost as if on cue. You've actually been at this particular area before. You've actually been to the station before at this time of night for other things, and specifically, a cabbie likes to basically snooze a block away, and you manage to find a carriage to take you back to the Savoy Hotel. It takes approximately maybe 30 minutes to get back to the Savoy Hotel. This carriage holds can hold 5 people and has 2 horses on it, so it takes you relatively quickly throughout the streets. It's pretty quiet at this time of night. You pass through a lot of different areas of the city, Whitechapel, on your way back to Savoy, past the Tower of London. The night is foggy and it's wet and it's cold. And you arrive back at the Savoy. Looking forward to getting back to your rooms, to maybe a hot bath, something to eat that's not steak tartare. So, okay, what do you guys do?
Johannes would want to grab a little talk with Eric.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Would you just rush to your room? So I wouldn't need to.
No, I think Eric steps off the transportation, and he kind of stands there outside the hotel entrance for it to. I enjoy the free air more than being indoors. So, yeah. So if you want an opportunity to speak, now's a good time.
Mr. Lauritsen, you are a man of the outdoors, a man of certain skills, I reckon, as far as I've gotten to know you. I have a pretty good idea where the unfortunate assistant is. Would you care to join me to gather some information on the place?
Sorry, could you repeat that? You cut out.
Oh no. I have a good idea where the unfortunate assistant of Miss Margaret is. Would you care to take a look at that place with me?
Of course. Anything I can do to help. Is it here in London or?
Yes, it's definitely here in London.
Oh.
Is it in London?
Oh,
I need you to roll again. You did. All you knew is that she was in a dark, wet place. So you figured that she is absolutely within London, but where that could be anywhere in London. So I mean, you relatively.
Are you saying the entirety of London is dark and wet?
Pretty much, yeah, kind of. But you know it's subterranean or it's below ground. So
see, I failed my roll. So this is the role I really, really want to push because it's really going to be really fun if I fail it again.
How do you push it? Can you explain?
How do you push a supernatural?
What I mean is just how would he try to make a second attempt at it to really?
I see you guys.
I need to.
You have stolen one of Jessica's handkerchiefs, and now you are focusing on it very hard.
There you go, something like that.
You guys end up in Westminster in a shady corner, and that's the last we see of you.
Ever.
Nice.
I would actually try to concentrate more on one of the thugs, maybe one of them that I had actually been in combat with.
Okay.
And if I can't make out with Jessica's. Maybe I can make out where one of the thugs has brought her, or get at this over that angle about somebody I had more intimate contact with by
Right.
having held a gun to their head,
Okay.
or the other way around.
Got it. That's 6 points. You can't do it on a push
You
roll.
can't do it on a push
Can't
roll
push roll.
because
And now instead of
I'm so
Westminster,
sorry.
it's Whitechapel. There you go. That's what you get.
Yeah.
You attempt to focus in, and you actually start to think about, the three men that you saw come out of the parlor at Dr. Bamford's his dining room, and you focus on the guy who had the pistol. He's the one who actually pointed it directly at you, and your mind goes to across multiple streets within London, and you find yourself staring at a munitions place in London. Yeah, that's all you kind of get at this point.
Can I assist? If you give me some kind of direction, maybe I can use my skills to pinpoint the location.
I will say this, because I did tell you that you literally, because you rolled well, as I recall. I will say that you actually pinpointed it to literally below your feet. That's about all information I can give you on it. It's below, and it's literally below your feet. This time, but that was the original time that you reached out. I'm talking about back when you were
Yeah, I know.
The water. So this time now you're staring at a munitions plant for some reason. So
I will definitely relay some of that information to Eric.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Ricky, I can't deny helping a lady in peril, of course. I don't like the city. There's so much feel here.
roll your ability, Eric. Please.
What I know I have the ability. Is that what do I roll for? Is that a separate ability?
Well, you're just going to roll percentiles for me to make a roll for it.
Okay.
I just need percentiles. You have, I believe it should be at 30%. I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll roll a 30%. That's a
failed it by
fail.
6 points. You want to
Yeah,
spend
I
the
think I
six?
can use. Yeah, I'll use 6 points to
Okay.
to succeed.
Given the fact that he just mentioned that her location was somewhere underneath them, you've been throughout London quite a few times for many different reasons, for whatever reason it might be, but it's been through it, and you've become quite old hat to getting wherever you needed to go, and you remember quite well that there used to be an old line of subway or tubes that went directly beneath the Savoy Hotel.
Oh. Yeah, so when he tells me about the below, that's the association I make. And I will inform Mr. Ricker that, did you know that there's an underground tunnel below the Savoy? Maybe that's where they are being held.
Definitely got the impression of a dark and damp place.
Yeah.
That could totally be it.
So
You're very well
we need to go
knowledgeable,
down there.
and you're very knowledgeable in the fact that London itself is literally the first city who ever had the subway. And it was like 1846, I believe, or something around that range. So there were subway lines that were, or tube lines that were used for quite a while. Then they were, no longer used. They extended onto certain areas. And it's quite possible that there is an old line that's no longer in use below you.
I think we need to find a way down.
Exactly.
Okay, so were you outside when you were discussing this, or were you in? Were you
Yes,
in the
we
lobby?
were.
You were outside.
Actually
Okay.
in front in what is probably the rain as we are in London.
Well, yeah, it's not actually. Well, yeah, it's a drizzle. So yeah.
It's always a drizzle.
Always a drizzle
in London. Yeah, no, we're standing outside on the steps outside the grand entrance when we have this conversation.
Okay, so what do you do next? What do you plan on doing?
I look at Mr. Ricky and I say, do we tell the others maybe? The doctor seems a bit, I don't know, maybe he's not at his best, but I suppose we can use his skills.
I would have said the same about Mr. Morgan.
But he's, he's a different case. But I mean, I think we need to inform the others regardless, so they don't think we've been kidnapped. And I need to get something to eat first. I didn't enjoy the steak tartare earlier, so I need to get some other sustenance before I go on any kind of adventure. But I don't think you can wait for too long.
Yes, I'm totally up for a little bite to eat as well. This, especially if this evening goes on longer.
Well, I suppose I hope the restaurant is open. I mean, this is a good hotel, and they should be able to.
There is of course, there's a nice dining area, especially. But it's literally 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning right now. What they do have is room service. So
yeah,
there's 24-hour room service. So yeah.
Yeah. So I'll enter the hotel and I'll ask the is it called the porter, the receptionist in modern language, to if he or she can send up some sandwiches or something to my room.
Oui, monsieur. You would like sandwich?
Yes.
The Lord himself, or just the bread and ham?
Oui, that is what he said.
Yes, about plenty of cheese, monsieur.
He's writing the stuff down. Very well. What room? What room you in? Same.
408. I'll be up there, and I didn't have time to eat, so I really appreciate the service.
I will bring this. Are you? Would you happen to be sorry, Mr. Rick? Rick?
No, that is me.
Oh, no, that's the gentleman over there.
Oh, very good. Say, one moment, Mr. Rick. I have note for you. And he goes back and back, sends one of the there's a snoozing bellboy who apparently works the night shift here, and he's literally snoozing out behind the desk, and he like kicks his foot. Get up, you fool! And he ends up and he runs around. He's literally heading towards the kitchen with your order, and the guy at the desk comes back and he says, "This is for you, sir."
Thank you.
Merci. Good night. And he goes back to the desk. I'm assuming you open up the note.
I take
Yes.
a little glimpse at the note. Yes.
Yes. It appears to be from a man by the name of Nigel Higgins.
That is surprising and disconcerting.
Nigel said, basically, in the note says, in a relatively statement, it just basically says, I know that you've been looking for me. He's coming. You see the very shaky writing. He's coming. Meet me.
Just that?
Come to my home. I've got important things I must tell you. And then just Nigel.
Excuse me, when did this arrive?
Pardon, monsieur?
When did this arrive?
Oh, I am not aware, sir. I think it was sometime during the day. Is there something wrong, sir?
No, just some sort of private emergency.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that, sir. Because there's something I can help you with. Do you need a doctor?
No, thank you. We have a doctor.
Oh,
I do have Mr. Nigel's address, or is there some sort of return address?
You already have it. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your knowledge from what you did and research stuff, you knew that he lives in the shipbuilding district in the Canning area.
Mm.
And by reckoning from your knowledge, he is 61 years old today.
Oh, it's literally his birthday?
Literally his birthday.
Come on. The guy is 61. At least say congratulations.
Are you saying that to him? Or where are you at exactly? Just out of curiosity.
I think
I know. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Sorry.
I think Lennox is just standing in front of the doctor's door, and he's just staring at the door. He's lifting his hand occasionally, like as if in an attempt to knock, but then he doesn't. He talks to himself very quietly, and that's basically it. Then he goes away down the hallway, comes back, and does that routine for literally the whole time. But yeah, that's what Lennox is doing.
Okay. And Doctor, I'm pretty sure I know what you're probably doing. Or well, you tell me otherwise. I'm guessing you probably went back to your room and laid out things like you normally do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anything else?
Well, this time, I don't think I will speak to Abigail. We just had a fight a few hours ago, so so I'm not talking to her. Maybe with Katie, with Katie's dress.
It's a lover's spat. Okay. All right. So.
But maybe I hear someone standing outside my door. Maybe he's, breathing very deep.
Equally, can I hear him talking to somebody in the room?
All right. First, how about we do opposed listen rolls here, or not opposed, but at least both of you do a listen roll and see what we come up with here.
Yeah, I fail miserably.
Okay.
I fumbled.
Okay, so
100.
All right. So, literally, as you're trying to, you don't speak to Abigail, but it doesn't matter. She's not letting you not speak. You may not be speaking to her. She is speaking to you.
Oh.
And it's a crying of overall. You could feel this overall, oh my God, sadness, and she's literally ashamed to even. Yeah, She's just, and you get the feeling. Literally, she says, "You hear the words, 'Let me go,' multiple times, echoing, and just 'Let me go.'" So that's with you, Lennox. How bad did you feel yours? Yeah. You're in your head too much. You're kind of tropping back and forth in front of the door. You know how he normally does. So that's kind of where you're at this moment. Margaret, oh my geez, she just left us too. Oh.
Woof. How did that happen?
I don't know. Sorry, I was taking a little while to get to you. Apologies. So.
You can still hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. You're looking good. It's fine. All good. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Right. So it is very late, and it's been a horrible long day. So I'm probably not going to be doing very much, but I might be just, or might already have on the train after being done quizzing Eric.
Okay.
Into submission.
Right.
I might have penned a little note to I forget to my contact at the Dragoons that I spoke to, that then had Jeffries sent to me. Poor ill-fated Jeffries.
Right. You're going to try to.
But yeah, I mean, that obviously would have. Well, I need to talk to them again, and I know it's dangerous, and but too much weird things have, been sort of like collapsing onto me, and now today with Jessica gone, even, this is sort of the last contact that I feel I have. Obviously, well, yeah, I'm just sorely lacking a confidant right now. I think I just feel like I'm
lost.
Well, free floating and alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, if no Jessica, if no Dr. Bamford, if my companions are being mildly weird, maybe Arthur's old colleagues might yet be.
I'm sorry, you cut out just a little bit there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm turning to Arthur's old regiment for
right.
Some kind of sympathy. Guess.
Right. So it's about almost 2:00 in the morning. So I'm assuming you're probably just heading back to your room right now, and you're going to check this out in the morning. Yes, I would imagine. Send a message out, or are you going to?
Yeah, I just no, exactly. I mean, it's not like there's going to be mail delivery until the morning. But I'm just sort of like probably dropping this into the hotel's mailbox for their person to take this out.
Oh, they offer to send a telegram for you. It's no problem. Yeah. So to get in contact with them, so they will be able to do that with the Dragoon, yeah, please put you in contact with. You head back to your room, and I'm assuming you're just going to take some rest, much needed rest. And as you drift off to sleep, I need you to roll.
Oh dear. Did that go through?
Not seeing it yet.
Oof, that's a resounding fail.
Okay, so as you drift off to sleep, your worry is on your mind for Jessica. Worried, and you're still a bit traumatized over the whole death of Father Benwiddle, and because of that, it's making it hard for you to actually get to sleep. And when you do finally get to sleep, you suddenly have, once again, it's like the kind of the vision that you had originally with Noah. You see a pinpoint of light and nothing but darkness, and you're rushing, almost zooming towards that light as it grows. And you see yourself looking down on what looks to be a ship that's in repair. And on top of one of the girders, you see a man just walking along his arm. He's literally walking out on a girder. He's got to be 200 feet above the ground. And there is no safety line on this guy. And he's just walking along the girder. He's I'm fine. And you see him just
not horrible at all.
Jump off the edge of the girder. And you see him just fall. The distance away, you just see the body fall, tumble. It's in the middle of the day, and it just tumbles, and you see it hit the ground. And his head just splat. And that's when you wake up.
Mm-hmm. Drenched in cold sweat, I should presume.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And a sanity check, I think, would be involved with that one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That sounds very reasonable.
Okay.
Well, at least that is just fine.
Well, 1 point, yeah, it's still unnerving. It's stressed you out. You're already stressed in the first place because of everything. But you add this in, and you're just like, you're still trying to get used to the fact that you're able to even have these kinds of visions. But it's starting to become old hat, and you actually felt a lot more comfortable with the whole connection this time around. And it's odd that it just seems to be like you feel like you're coming into your own. Like this is exactly where you should be. So, and you go ahead and pretty much, try to maybe get some rum and try to head off to sleep yourself. Okay, so Eric, they bring you up your sandwich. It was a sandwich, right? If you wanted cheese and right. Is there anything else besides that you asked for?
No, I think there's plenty of liquor in the room itself, so I just needed the food. So I'm happy with having a sandwich with cheese. I checked the cheese. Is it French cheese or British cheese?
Well, it's Gouda, but it's okay.
Okay.
It's
okay.
I
can live with that.
Yeah, it's all right. So So
I eat the food, of course, and I may drink a bit too much.
Okay. So, apologies. I am having a little bit of technical difficulties. All right, got it. So, you get your food, and they bring it up on a platter. You basically poured yourself a drink, whether it be, I don't know if it's hard spirits or maybe if you wanted a beer or whatever it might be. You pour yourself a drink, and on a silver platter, is very, very nicely done. Beautiful little flower arrangement on the edge of the tray. You got your sandwich. It's covered with a silver dome, and on the corner they also added what appears to be a hard-boiled egg holder. So they kind of give you a hard-boiled egg along with. In case you want it. So, would you touch that, or are you gonna eat everything, or?
I'll stick with the sandwich and the cheese. I'm not.
Okay, no problem.
2 eggs.
Okay, sure.
But
not a problem.
I hope there's a gin.
Oh, absolutely. Fine, one of the finest gins around. Oh yeah, it's top notch. Good. And so you have this sandwich is quite good. Jesus, but it's quite good. They allow some mustard in there. You have a good. And as you're eating, you're kind of sitting down having your drink, and as you're eating, You hear a tap, 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 tap. And
Inside
it's
the door?
yeah. You look over to the door. It's not the door. It's a very light. And you look
Is it
down
in
and
the
you hear it.
room?
It seems to be coming from the hard-boiled egg container. You hear a
Oh no. I stand up suddenly. I think I knocked a chair over and I take a couple of steps back and I stare at the egg tensely.
you hear a little squawking.
As
It gets louder and louder.
Why would a hard-boiled egg hatch? I take a couple of more steps back.
Okay.
I look around the room. Do I have anything I can use as a weapon?
There's a fireplace just across the room. There's definitely a fire poker there. As you're looking around for that, you hear the top. You look back, hear this, and you see the top of the egg holder for the hard-boiled egg pop right off and fly across the room. And you see an egg that's being tapped at, and something crawling its way out of this egg. It's got a hooked beak and eyes of glowing red. And in an instant, it's gone. There's a hard-boiled egg
I'm
there.
standing
now.
over by.
It's gone.
It made its way here. Why is it here? I walk. I grab the poker and I walk over to the table.
Yep. You
And
go
now
over
it's
to the
just a
poker.
hard-boiled egg.
Yeah, you go over to the table, you pick up the poker, and you what the hell's going on here? And you turn around, you go back to the table, and there is your hard-boiled egg still covered.
Okay. I pick it up carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Just an egg.
Do you uncover it?
Sorry?
Do you uncover it?
No, I pick it up.
You
And
pick it up. It feels the weight of an egg. It looks.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks pretty much normal.
I walk over to the window.
Okay.
Open it.
Okay.
And I toss the egg into the foggy London night.
Okay. Very good. All right. So, I need you to make a sanity check for me, please.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah. Just give me a second.
Is that a night the British government decided that egg throwing from high upstairs window is illegal and everyone will be fined and imprisoned for it because a governor or MP received an egg on his head?
Yeah.
Nice.
I didn't have my egg throwing license on me.
Okay.
That's a fail. That is
I need. Let's see. Yeah, I want you to take a D4 for that. So you can go ahead and roll for it.
Could someone kindly roll a D4 for me because I'm doing this from my cell phone due to bandwidth issues. So.
Oh, okay.
Someone could be so kind to roll a D4 for me.
4 points.
Sorry, dude.
A 4. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's okay. I asked for it, so.
Right. Okay. So, apologies.
I hope somebody has the window right under yours and just sees an egg flying.
Yeah.
Well, it's middle of the night. I'm pretty sure most people are sleeping. But hey, what do you know? There could be a doorman down there. And nope. It actually kind of.
Stray dog is eating.
Is it
really
a bat? Is it an owl? No, it's a hard-boiled egg flying over our heads.
Yeah. Normal things.
Literally, it flies out. You actually, even though you're probably, this is maybe 5-6 stories up at the most because this hotel's not that big. And you could see where it landed. It landed right in the middle of the street, and the carriage just went by over it, and you think it ran over it. So,
just as I see the egg smashing against the pavement, I feel like an idiot, of course, because the why did I do that? But at the same time, I don't like the city. I don't like being here. I want to take care of the business so I can return to the wild. But I needed my funding, but that's not going all that well, really, because the target I had is no longer alive, and the secondary target's been kidnapped. So it's not going all that well. Yeah.
Not at the moment, no. But you've been in worse scrapes, so it always comes through in the end.
I'll manage.
Just always comes through in the end. So I'm going to say you basically kind of, after dealing with all that, you kind of go ahead and get yourself ready and go to sleep for the night, right? Yes, or anything else you're doing?
I mean, we did have a
Johannes
conversation about
would be knocking at your door after some time.
I think so.
Okay.
Because we spoke about possibly exploring the underground.
That's right. That's correct.
I feel less compelled to do so now after this, but I suppose when Mr. Rickett knocks my door, I shuffle over and open it, and I say, Mr. Rickett, did you see anything coming up here? Anyone? Anything?
So, Johannes, whenever you knocked on the door, you saw the door open up, and for a moment, you thought you saw a skeletal hand opening the door. It was, and then all of a sudden, it's Eric there standing.
Mr. Lawrenson, no, I didn't see anything coming up here, at least.
Oh, okay. Please come in. And then that second, I realized I'm still holding the fire poker in my hand, and I said, "Oh, sorry. Let me just. I was just poking the fire, and I put it back and I tried to act.
Which is not lit.
There's no fire in his room, right?
Yeah, there's no fire, so but yeah, I look a bit shook up. There's a half-eaten sandwich on the table.
And the egg is missing.
And the egg is missing.
The egg is missing.
Well, he wouldn't know that because he actually threw the container and the egg out all the same color.
Yeah,
there's no egg there.
Threw it all out.
So, as far as I'm concerned, there's never been
the
an
window
egg.
is open.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, okay.
But please come in. But please come in. Can I was just pouring myself some gin. Can I pour you one as well?
I would gladly take a glass of gin.
Good. I suggest a large one, and I pour him a large one, and I pour myself an even larger one.
Okay.
I get out my pocket watch. I think it might not be prudent to do any such adventures tonight, but I fear we have to act quickly in the morning then.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you. And I do believe we need to inform the others, and I do believe some of them might be asleep by now. I mean, the Lady Playfair wouldn't stop talking on the train, so I suppose she's quite tired by now.
I guess so as well. Also, she would like to be informed, maybe, if we have any ideas of the fate of her assistant.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Rickett, let's reconvene in the morning. I would say that would be my suggestion.
Yes. Shall we say, how late is it now?
It's probably about 2:30 in the morning now.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's getting really late.
Yeah, probably quite tired.
Shall we say
also.
9 sharp for breakfast?
Yes. Sounds marvelous.
Okay.
Now, if you excuse me, Mr. Ricky, I shall drink myself to sleep. I think it's probably the most.
I'll nod and I'll leave.
Okay. So Eric, you basically go down, manage to get your head lied down on the pillow for the night and drift off to sleep. And Johannes, same thing. Lennox, as you lie yourself down, I need you to make your roll, your ability roll, please.
Me ability, yes. It's been there with me all along, and it's been a success throughout the experience that I had.
Okay, so you're basically as you normally do. You're kind of mumbling, talking about the day's events and kind of going over them over and over in your head.
After leaving the hallway and not addressing the issue with the doctor, yes, I returned to my room.
Okay, got it. Sorry, missed that part. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So when you get back to your room and you actually try to lie your head down, and you're trying to quiet your mind down, but it's not working. You keep hearing Beata clavis cre num quorum perit. Beata clavis.
No, not
Quesine vebris lacutor.
Stop it, not now.
Beata
No.
clavis
I don't want to hear it.
tenatur.
Just stop. Stop.
Over and over in your head, it's just scrambling and going through your head, and it's disturbing. Over and over.
Yeah, so I will roll sanity for that. While getting up and stumbling to maybe the bar or the bottles of alcohol in my room, whatever substances I have hidden amongst my treasures, and I will go through them while clenching my head in not pain but in agony, and yeah, just from a quiet voice of stop it, I don't want to hear it, I just leave me alone, I just need some rest. I need to think. Just why? Please. Don't.
Do you have Latin, Lennox?
No, I don't.
Okay. You have a cult, though. So
I do. I do have.
Yeah. Do an occult roll for me.
Okay. Well, that is a success too.
Okay. Well. You recognize that it's something about. You think you've heard a couple words. One is blessed and key. Those are the two words that kind of stand out, and you're not. Just go over and over again, rattling this stuff up. Something about blessed and key, and you think this comes from a. You remember looking through old books. That you had found back in New York in one of the libraries there. You came across a book of prophecies, and you remember some prophecy that talked about keys and how blessed they are. That's all you can kind of glean.
I almost think I need to pull a finger, nevertheless, because I've, at least the me at the moment, wants clarity, wants peace, wants calmness. That's why he wanted to talk to the doctor, but he doesn't have the courage yet. And what old Tom told him, how can he trust that man now? If he did what he did,
is the only person that you ever trusted the one that will betray you? No, of course not. You can trust him. No, but I think we need to talk to someone. We need no one in our lives. We need somebody that can guide us further to enhance our powers. No, we need to understand. We need to stop with what that is. And he pulls out pieces of skin that he flaps onto his side table. We don't want to do this anymore. Oh, you are weak. You don't understand your true powers. They come with a bargain that you struck. No, I don't want them. I just want to sleep. Don't you understand? I just need some time to think, to not have. What is this about keys now? I don't want any of this. Oh, you want them. You want them all. You want the ideas. You want to understand. No, I want a night's rest, and I need help. I need help. Oh, you are weak. You are puny. And I think that's when he starts to stumble out the room, having the bottle of whiskey or whatever in his hand, and he will just thrash at the doctor's door. Like literally bang at it, fist forward, loud bangs hitting the door full force. Doctor, I need help. I don't, just leave. You're a fucking idiot. No, I need something, please. Just, oh, God, you. That's what you hear.
Yeah, roll a listen roll. No, I'm not even going to have you roll for that. No, yeah, you absolutely hear it. You're literally startled out of your sleep. You're pounding at the door. You hear Lennox outside. It seems like he's talking to another person, or there's a conversation going on.
Mm-hmm. I think that the first thing I'll do is check my watch. What time is it? Is it 3, 4 a.m. now?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, it's about 3:45, almost 4 a.m. Yeah. You've got maybe an hour and a half of sleep.
So. All right. He interrupted my sleep. All right, I'll go to the door and open it wide enough so I can see him and the other person who was with him.
You open the door and find your wife standing there, blood dripping from her eyes, her ears, her mouth. It's screaming at you. And all of a sudden, you blink, and it's Lennox.
I need help, doctor, please. Just something. I hear. I just need something to sleep, please. It's not gonna work. Doctor! And he shakes you, like, grabs you, drops the bottle, and he just shakes you violently. Give me something.
Yes, step inside, please. Please, I'll shut the door. If he enters.
Oh, yeah. I enter, and I kind of twist and turn. Trying to leave again, but then I go in, and I step outside. I go back in. I walk towards the door, and I turn around again.
Okay. So whenever he comes in, you look down at the floor as he's walking in. You see this pool of blood being dripped all across it, right directly into your room. You look up at Lennox and you look back. The blood's gone.
Right.
And at some point, I collapse on the floor and I hold my ankles in the back. Please, now, give me something. And you probably see my tension. Like, I'm very anxious and I'm holding myself kind of on the floor to not get up.
I'll give him a heavy dosage of laudanum.
Laudanum, I knew that was coming. Okay.
Yeah. Need to put him to sleep.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I will take it, and I think
Yeah.
Lennox will then just reach out for you, grab you. I want to describe it as almost like a stroke, where half his face is kind of like sagged or different, and he just looks at you, and there's this smile on the one side, but there's this like angry face, this dichotomy that stares at you, and you hear this "thank you," and plop, just knock out.
Dr. Finley, I need you to make a medicine roll for me, please.
Yes. That's a failure. But was it medicine for the application of laudanum or something else? Or is it me examining?
You're convinced that you just gave him 5 times what should be given to a human being.
Oh, God. Right.
Then you look back at the vial and you think, no, there's not enough in there for me to do that. And you look at the vial itself, it's dark. It's you know, it doesn't, it's just got a cork on it, and look, and you smells kind of a coppery smell to it. You chew it up, you're convinced it was we saw that this says laudanum on the outside of the bottle, but it smells coppery. Pour a little out in your hand. It's blood. And you hear your wife crying in the background.
What do you want? What the hell do you want from me, Abigail?
And you hear Lennox. He just passed out cold. He's just. And you look back down and you see, obviously, it's laudanum on your finger, not blood.
Right. Okay.
Sanity check.
Yeah, sanity check. And depending on the result, I'll see what happens. It's. I clicked it, but I think it's.
Yeah, it's been a bit laggy.
Yeah. I'll press it again.
Yeah, it didn't come up, so it's fine.
All right. That's a success.
That's good. Yeah, just a point. 1 point.
All right. Well,
This has been a horrible night.
a horrible night, but let's try to make something out of it. This is
Okay.
my only chance I can get. Figure out who this man is. I'll go through his pockets. Go through everything he has on him.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say, Lennox, that you are too passed out cold to even notice.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. So explain what he finds in your pockets.
Well, first of all, he finds a little stuffed mouse in his coat pocket. He finds various vials with obviously non-disclosed or unlabeled white and colored powders. Some with liquids. You find some with herbs. Various scraps of notes, and from what you can make of them, like just by looking at them, clearly 2 different types of handwritings. They all seem to be kind of recipes, more or less, for stuff. Well, you know, depends on your skill set, but it doesn't make any sense to you immediately. And a lot of mold and like crappy stuff, like really, you know, half a sandwich that is like in a very back pocket and it has been there for a bit too long.
I won't touch that. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm awake now, so what can I figure out by quickly going through the notes that you have. That there are two different people writing different notes. Or
what I want you to do first, I want to ask you.
yeah. Oh, sorry.
As a physician, you're a general practitioner, correct?
Yes.
Just kind of a general practitioner. Okay, so you're general. In that case, I want you to make a medicine roll, and you want to do well.
All right.
Really well.
It's easy. Leave hard. Is it hard enough, or do you need something better?
Oh no, that's good enough for this. Extreme would have been better, but this is good. I mean, how much far away are you from the extreme?
17 points. 17 points of luck.
Nah, you don't. No, it's fine. You don't need to go that far. So clearly, from what you are seeing here, you have actually seen diaries written the same fashion before from patients. When you did your round through medical school in a psychiatric hospital, there was a few written in the same manner, and it's clear that this person, it's very much an indication of someone with a personality disorder. That there are two personalities, either that or literally somebody has written this. Two people have written this together. That is clearly different. But based on your medical knowledge and your background, you have seen something like this before.
Right. And what's the current treatment for that, if there is any? Current era treatment, I mean.
From a psychiatric point of view, which is still there. There's a new. I shouldn't say psychiatric. It's actually alienist. Is actually because they believed that when someone became mentally ill, their bodies had been alienated. So that's why they call them an alienist. And so in this particular case, the latest developments is from a guy by the name of Sigmund Freud, who is very young. But they've actually done, they tried some electroshock therapy. You've heard about this, it's supposed to be like reset the brain wave, and that's new. That can be done. And also you've also heard of ice shock therapy, where they would basically dump the person's body in a vat of ice cold water in the hopes of shocking them out of their current madness. So, yes.
I think
from the Sigmund Freud point of view, it's therapy oriented. It's all about, has something to do with his mother, that type of thing. So, that's very, very cutting edge. And, there are a lot of, they don't even call them alienists, they call them Freudists at this time period. So, yeah.
Well, that's very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe I can. I think I'll go and knock on Lady Playfair's door.
Oof. You find me mildly worse for wear from the nightmare, I guess, but I'm thankful to be woken up.
Okay, so you go to the door? Okay, so you go to the door. The door opens up, and there before you stands your daughter. Hi, Daddy. You coming to bed? You blink.
Wait, what?
And there's Margaret there. Her hair is kind of all over the place right now. It's definitely not kept. She's got a few bobby pins in it, and she's like rubbing her eyes.
Doctor, do you know what time it is?
Are you actually there? I'll reach my hand towards you and try to see if you're there. I'll try
Doctor,
to
really?
poke you.
He's poking you.
I-
It's like, you there?
You see, I think my wife is angry with me, and she makes me see things that they're not there. But
You hear in your head, Daddy's been a bad boy. Just echoing in your head. It's while you're talking to Margaret.
yes, I've been a bad boy. All right. I know. Lady Playfair, would you
Dr.
mind
Finley!
coming to my room? I want to show you something.
It is 3 in the morning.
4:30 almost now. Now that you're looking.
Is that this is? I know we've been under a lot of stress recently, but this is very decidedly not proper. Will you are not thinking to take advantage of the fact that Jessica is not here, right?
No. No, it's nothing. It's nothing like that.
I could not possibly come into your room without a chaperone.
Well, Lennox is there.
Oh, was there a medical emergency? What were you talking about? Having been a bad boy, did you strike him down?
I put him to sleep. I dragged him, and then I went through his clothes. I felt him. He had things on him. Look, and I'll pull out a few notes and hand them over to you. Look, read them. Different handwritings.
I disappear back into my room and emerge with what's it? Not a bathrobe, a gown thing.
House coat.
A gown. Anyway.
By the way,
yes,
all of the notes would have some sort of blood on them, like smears or something.
Spatters.
Spatters. I completely forgot about that fact, based on certain events in the past.
I'm very concerned for Lennox's safety now, and properness be damned. I rush over into the doctor's room.
Okay, you go over in the doctor's room, and you see there laying on one of the couches that's in the parlor area. Well,
no, he's on the floor. He's on the floor.
Oh, he's on the floor. He's on the floor.
Yep.
Yeah, he's on the floor. So he's like laid out on the floor, kind of, and he's just snoring up a storm. And there on the table next to him, or it's still in your hands, Dr. Finley, or did you lay it on the table next to him or something?
I'm very relieved that Lennox is showing vital signs. I think now I have the composure to actually look at the doctor's evidence. But I needed to make sure that there had not been.
Right.
I
have been behaving very strangely these last days.
Yes, he's crazy. But I think I'm also losing it.
You say?
I see things and hear
show
things.
Show me these notes again. You were.
There you go. There's blood on it. And other, I don't know what sort of fluids are these, but.
Was the blood on there before you? This is not Lennox's blood right now, right?
It is dried blood.
I look him over.
Dried blood, yes. I need you. I need you to help me out here, right? He needs help. I need help. So far, you're the only sane person here. I don't know about the other two. I think they question me.
I will.
I think I'm crazy.
Dr. Finley, I will remind you that I saw what happened to Father Benwiddle before it happened. So, I do think I'm still master of my senses, but there certainly is something very strange on here. I'm thinking that, maybe we are. I have no explanation for this, but we certainly seem to be caught in something. There's a nexus of strangeness swirling all around us. What has happened during week? I thought possibly get any worse, and then tonight happened with spontaneous human combustion or whatever it was that Dr. Buffett had. So, truly, if you are going to be losing it, if Lennox is going to be losing it even more, I don't care very much at this point. I think, well, getting through this is all we can hope. With or without our sanity intact, I don't care so much. Yes, so count me in. Well, we might as well get through this together. And I spread out the notes on the table in front of me, begin to consider them carefully.
Okay, so I need you. We'll start with you, Margaret. I need you to go ahead and roll your ability.
Right. I was totally expecting let's say, psychology roll, but I'll take it.
Not yet. We'll get there.
No.
I missed it. Sorry. What was it?
It's a fail.
Oh, it was a resounding
It's
fail.
a fail.
91.
Okay. So, well, it's not a fumble, so that's fine. Hold on. Apologies.
Yeah, this
There are
doesn't
people.
sound
There are people all around me.
appropriate.
I can hear people. Don't you hear the people as well? They are with us. They're with us at all times. Yes, Doctor, you must hear them too. Yes.
Don't know
Sorry,
why
I just-
went to make
Meanwhile,
notes.
in the
Very
hotel
enjoyed
bar.
it. Yes.
Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, so you kind of brush as you move over towards the book, and you're trying to spread it out and kind of study it. You kind of brush up against and touch just for a moment Dr. Finley. And for a moment, you get a glimpse of Dr. Finley stitching up an arm, a dead arm, to a body. He's working feverishly. His sweat's coming off of his brow. And you look, literally, he's stitching an arm to a dead body. And you don't have any idea why that happened. Just a glimpse of it, that's what you saw, boom, and that was it.
Poof. That certainly is disturbing. I'm kind of wondering if I might rationalize it to myself to the point that this might be like a part of, going to med school. If they do this, like that, so you do dissections, and that's, like that, then you put them back together to learn how to do this.
Mm-hmm. Well, in truth, you know that everything that you see in this fashion is always the future, never the past.
Okay. Right.
So this is the future, never the past. So,
Oh gosh.
with that being said, you're looking over. Dr. Finley, I need you to roll.
My
Yes, your ability.
my thing. All right. Very close. I'll spend 2 points of luck.
Oh, you don't need to. That's fine.
Oh.
Don't worry about that.
Oh.
So you kind of, as you see Margaret leaning over the top of she's looking at these papers. Lennox is on the floor snoring like there's nobody business, like a buzzsaw. And you look over to the corner. You kind of see out of the corner of your eye, you see a man literally walking over to the desk, and he's holding a note in his hand, and he says, lost it all. Well, right. No sense in going on, is it? He crumbles up the paper, throws it, and it kind of disappears. This whole visage, this ghostly visage, disappears the paper. And he sits down at the table, pulls up a pistol, and blows his brains out. Plum, right there on the table.
Oh boy.
And you're just looking at this body, and you see this oozing blood just pouring out the side of his head, dripping all over the carpet.
I assume I will After all, sanity.
Yeah.
I failed this one. Yeah, that was too
Okay.
much.
D4. So,
Oh, okay.
and
That's a 3. All right.
okay.
3. And I think
Oh, that puts you
that I've
over.
just hit the. Yeah, I've just hit 20% of 1/5 of the daily threshold. Yes.
That's
so
why we
I
love
think
you, Doctor.
I think I just
Uh,
indefinite insanity.
well, but on that note, you hear the racking of a shotgun behind you. Miss Margaret,
Oh crap.
there's going to be something wrong here. And that's where we're going to take our break.
Yeah.
Nice.
The heck?
Thank you, everyone.
Good job,
We'll
Tom.
be back. We'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes here to keep things going. But I just love, messing with all these guys. So it's all kinds of fun. Having a great time. We'll see you back in 10, 15 minutes. See you then.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back. Hope everybody had a nice, good rest. I know my players here are rather upset with me for making them all kinds of nervous. And we're first going to start off with our good, lovely friend, Dr. Finley, who has suffered a bout of madness. And we kind of rolled off camera, or well, it's not off camera, it's on roll 20. But he rolled flee in panic. So I'm going to roll. And for 9 rounds. Yeah, you flee. So describe what he does, or what do you think how he would do things. So
I think this is a fitting out of madness, because I assume that the captain just arrived, right, with a shotgun.
Yeah. He racked the gun and said, "Is there a problem?" You know, that type of thing. And
that was the last straw, I assume. So yes, he's dressed in his nightgown, right?
Okay.
So he's just gonna drop anything he had. Well, he wasn't holding anything anyway.
No.
So he will start running towards the door, then outside the room with his slippers. You know, he's not wearing shoes, slippers, and head downstairs. He's going to attempt to leave the hotel, the Savoy.
Okay.
Jump into the first carriage he finds and order him to take him to the docks. You know.
Okay.
Yes.
So
he wants to get away from all of this.
With your room, and it's one of the top of the line rooms at the Savoy. It's actually a big suite, and it's got like 2 bedrooms in it, I think. Yeah, 2 bedrooms. So your bedroom is on one end. You have the middle area, which is the parlor area type thing. That's where the door is located at, and that's where Tom is standing in the doorway right now. So when you turn around and you literally turned right. Instead of going towards him, you turned right, because there's another door, because basically they've kind of adjoined 2 different rooms together. There's another door at the other end. So you bolted to the right, maybe about 50 feet down the hallway, or through the room, literally stumbling over furniture, knocking over chairs, everything else. And you get to the door and just flap it open, and you run down to the elevators. And you get downstairs, and you see the guy behind the counter is the night guy. He just looks, "Monsieur," and you just bust out through the front door. There is one cabbie out there, and you're like, "Okay, take me somewhere." And he's like, "Well, wait a minute, mate. You're not wearing any clothes. Are you aware? It's quite cold out tonight."
I'll just screaming at him. Just move!
Well, you've got to have some money, sir. I can't take you just like that, right? You know, guys got to make a living.
Can I punch him in the face?
It would be hard to do that, given you're on the ground and he's up in the cabbie. It's one of those handsome cabs, and he's sitting up back and behind it. You know.
Right.
So
I'll exit the carriage and get on the driver's seat and push him.
Oh, you're
throw
gonna...
him, yeah, down the street and take the reins and at least try to do that.
Okay, so I am going to call that
Brawl or
yeah, I'm gonna call it brawl.
Drive carriage.
Yeah, better not, probably not. So yeah, I will call that a brawl for certain.
All right.
And,
No.
Okay,
Just
so
slapping his hands.
You literally crawl up there, and you're trying to get up in the seat, and you're trying to push him aside, and he literally does a stiff arm directly into your chest, and you go flying backwards and land basically flat on your back, and you're kind of stunned for a moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, all right, mate. I'll call the bobbies next time you try that. You hear him go.
Right. In which case, I'll start running.
Okay, all right. You run down the street, and we're gonna fade from you there, because we don't know who knows what's gonna happen with all this. Actually, no. I'm gonna say by morning time, it's only 9 rounds. So really, maybe in just a few minutes, you get halfway down the street, or probably a good mile away. down the street, and you're out of breath, and your feet are freezing because it's only like 42 degrees outside, and the ground is almost it's just cold, and it's foggy weather, so it just sinks right to your bones, and you're only wearing your nightgown, or your nightshirt. So you kind of come to your senses at that point. You just and you realize you're outside. You don't know how really you got here. It was kind of a blur. And wait a minute, did I try to hit a cabbie? That kind of thing. So you kind of come to your senses at that point.
Maybe I'm lost now because
No, actually, you went straight down the street. It's
All
not
right.
hard to. It's not you didn't jog anywhere. You just made a beeline down the street. So literally, all you have to do is about face, and you're on your way back. So
Right. I'll do that then slowly, and on my way back to the hotel, I'll maybe can find my right slipper because I've lost
okay.
it.
Yes, you did. It's unfortunately, it kind of it's kind of covered in horse dung. Such as the alleys of London at this time period.
Yes.
They're literally shovels, piles of yeah. Anyhow, so yeah, you get it out there, you shake it off. It's like now the stink is pretty horrendous, and you walk through the lobby door of the Savoy. Monsieur, are you okay, Monsieur? May I help you? With Mr. Oh, no, you are Dr. Finley. Oui?
I won't even reply. I'll just
Go to the
head
elevator. The lift, or I should say, the lift. Right. So you get out of the lift. He just stops in the middle of it's like, and then he realizes that you've kind of tracked in some. He's like, and he kind of goes over and he calls someone over to try and clean up this the tracks that you brought in. And I'm assuming you head right back to your room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, yes.
So Margaret, you are still looking at this book, and you see Dr. Finley, just his head turns and his eyes get as round as saucers, and he's looking over in the direction of the desk, and he's got to be seeing something, but you don't see anything. What's going on with it? And then you hear this racking of a shotgun, and in your mind it startled you, but at the same time you're like, oh, it's Tom, because he did it before, right? So so as soon as that happens, Dr. Finley just screaming, just sees Tom, screams, runs out, and the rest of the story that happened there. So what would you do after all that took place? Tom's like, I probably should be scaring him. He kind of grumbles a little bit. You all right, miss?
Yeah, sorry about that. He knocked at my door just 5 minutes ago, and he was totally frantic, and apparently he did. I pointed over to where Lennox is snoring. He drugged poor fella, had a psychotic or something. I'm not so sure. Anyhow, well, I think there is some concerns with regarding everybody's
You're breaking up a little bit there. Here.
Everybody just calm
Okay.
in a bit. Maybe you can put away that shotgun for the moment. I think there is no immediate danger.
They're all right, miss. As long as you're all right and that fool's out of your way. What is he doing? What is this Lennox doing on the floor? You have one too many to
Like
drink
to
in.
ask Tom away the shotgun.
Right. And he he actually looks embarrassed. He takes the shotgun, he kind of like wheels it around his back and trying to pretend like he's hiding it. And sorry.
Doctor apparently him. Well, I'm not sure. They were saying something about the mental health. Anyway.
He just probably had a wrong something he ate probably. But you're looking at this book, and you. By the way, in case Johannes, in case you would be doing anything unless you just shrugged it off, you heard screaming going down by your door. Okay, just horrific screaming.
If I hear horrific screaming going by my door, I might wake up from that and open the door.
Yeah. Well, it was, I should say frantic screaming, but yeah, someone is running down the hallway. You don't see who it was because they're long since gone once you got to the door. But you do see down the hallway, old Tom, which you've not met yet.
I've met him. I just don't trust him.
Right, and you met him down at the Bamford Manor, right there. That's the first time you had met him, but you didn't know him aboard the companion.
I don't know, but I don't have any idea who he essentially is.
Yeah, so he's standing outside of the doctor's door, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, miss." And he literally swings his shotgun and puts it around behind his back. I'm sorry. And you hear Margaret, just kind of, what's gotten into him, that type of thing, and yeah. So
I'll throw something over and I walk down.
Okay. So you get down there and Tom looks over. You're that Johannes person, right?
Yes,
Tom,
yes, indeed. Yep, we've met before. But I probably see him hiding the shotgun behind his back.
I thought something was amiss with Miss Playfair here, and I wanted to come armed. You never know. So I'll take it back to my room now. And he turns around and heads towards his room. Then you look in. See Margaret.
Playfair, what is going on?
I fill you.
We
I fill
didn't
you
hear,
in about Lennox being.
We don't hear you. You're breaking up significantly.
Miss Playfair, I would go ahead and disconnect and reconnect again. See if that might help. Yeah. And so while she's doing that, Johannes, you look in and you see this event. Literally, after all this loud stuff going on, you see Lennox on the floor, passed out cold, which is not unusual for him. And you see Margaret kind of looking totally perplexed, and looking at this book that appears to be Lennox's own, diary, I guess, or his notebook, So.
It's in Miss Playfair's hands, or
it's actually laying on the table. It's on a table next to where she's actually got her hands on it. She was looking at it, and so she's looking over at Lennox and she's looking at this book. And,
it is open though.
Yeah, it's open. Yep, definitely. She looks up and sees you.
But she seems to be utterly speechless.
Apparently.
Oh no.
Okay. Your video went out, so it's fine.
Gee. Is my sound better?
No.
Otherwise, I'll reconnect on the phone. I'll get the phone. And it's one of those nights.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so yeah, you noticed, she's a little gobsmacked right now with everything that's taking place, and she's just kind of just staring. And you look down and you see the notebook, and she's clearly kind of just looking. She's got her finger on an area where you can see two distinctive handwritings. it looks like two different people had written in here. But you know for a fact this is Lennox's book. However, given the fact that you've seen Lennox go through his...
I've seen Lennox go through his fits. This is only mildly surprising.
Yeah, so, all right, it makes sense, you know, that's happening here. So, it's about this time Dr. Finley walks in, and the smell of horse dung seems to be following him. He's got one foot wearing a slipper that's covered in horse dung. He looks like he's leaving tracks all the way down the hall. He's got his nightcap in one hand, and he just looks a mess right now. And he's just, well, frazzled. So,
Doctor, are you all right?
What is everyone doing in my room?
Oh, I heard a ruckus, so I went out here to check, and I found Miss Playfair being the sailor character with the shotgun. It's what has happened here?
Where did he go?
He went back to his room.
Right, that's good. That's good. Listen, you were there at the dinner with us.
Mm-hmm.
Are you also seeing things? Hearing things? You see, I see my wife and my daughter, and they're both dead.
you feel a tug on your nightshirt. Hi, Daddy.
These type of things I've not experienced so far.
She's here. See her. Kathy.
I probably don't see anything next to him, right?
You don't see anything standing next to him. However, I want you to do a spot hidden for me.
Ooh, cool. It's dark. I just woke up.
You have not had good luck with your rolls on this thing lately. I tell you, last session was the same thing, man. I'm feeling for you. So, yeah. So, yeah, you look down. You don't see anything, but you do feel a little cold. It's like suddenly it just got cold here, and it might not be anything new. It is London, you know. It's wet, cold, so it does kind of sink to the bones. Maybe it's just that, but for some reason, right at that moment, feel cold. Hello, Daddy. Sing me a bedtime song. Oh, tell me a story about the three bears.
Go lie down on the bed and I'll come join you. I need to explain to this man that you're here.
Make another spot hidden. Johannes.
I am just not seeing anything.
Never mind.
Oh, no.
Okay. So no, you don't see you clearly think the doctor's lost it. Maybe it's the fact that you've sleep deprivation. It's only like almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and none of you have actually really got much sleep. So, yeah.
I'm used to this kind of stuff.
Okay.
I went to military school. God damn it.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Margaret, are we there?
Yes.
Yes,
I think so.
Yes, we are. That's much better.
I think so.
Yes. So, yeah, the doctor has returned. He's wearing one slipper that looks like it's covered in horse dung, and he's left a trail. It's quite smelling up the place, and he apparently was talking to Johannes, and he feels the tug on his nightshirt from his daughter, and he's like, "My daughter's speaking to me now. Don't you see him?" And of course, Johannes has seen nothing. And I want you to make a spot. I want you to make a spot hidden as well.
No, I do not spot hidden.
Okay.
Look,
So?
I think, well, if we're all here now, we might as well be having breakfast and talk over our abysmal situation. This is really, I mean, we've been through a lot, and I think we need to all step up our game a bit here. Because as it can't get any worse. I presume Lennox is still snoring, so I, point at him accusingly.
What happened? What happened to Mr. Lennox?
Apparently, the doctor drugged him, and then he came knocking on my door, calling me over for help, and then this apparently disconcerted the captain, who then came over with the shotgun, which then sent the doctor into a panic. And now he's in this state. I indicate the bare foot and the slippered foot.
Doctor, would you care to clean yourself up? You smell. Well,
Lennox asked me to sedate him, but it wasn't him. It was the other one. The other Lennox.
Yes. Well, now I propose that we ring for coffee and lots of it, and then we get down to the bottom of things.
Oh wait, maybe it's the mouse. Maybe the mouse was talking to him. Where's the damn thing? Where's the rat? Is it anywhere nearby?
I mean, you
Stuffed
went
rat.
through my pocket, so it must be
Yeah.
either.
Did you show
you know
me,
exactly
or did
where
you
it is.
keep them?
Right. I'll pick the mouse up then and show it to them. This is the one. I think this is the one who is talking with him.
You mean like an imaginary friend?
No. I think this is Lennox also.
Like a
Either-
split personality?
well, it is either that or a form. I mean, you wouldn't have experienced the thing that we have, a form of possession.
Oh dear. What have we got ourselves into?
Don't believe me, do you? I'll wake him up.
No, I do. I do all right. I mean, I've had a moment to pore over the papers before Mr. Ricker arrived, and well, the signs are rather worrying. I don't think it warrants knocking down a lady's door at 4 a.m, but you're right, it is worrying.
And I'll head to where Lennox is lying on the floor. And I don't know if he's gonna wake up or not, come back to his senses, but I'll use smelling salts. I want to wake him up. Because it seems that he's the only one that might believe me. The other two, no, they think I'm crazy.
Okay, so I would like a con check on your part, Lennox.
Really?
While this is going on, where's Margaret going?
I'm still there.
Are you also
I'm
going
probably-
towards the bed?
No, I'm still sat at the table. I'm not, getting too close to Lennox. I don't think that would be proper with a sleeping gentleman like that.
He's not on the bed, by the way. He's on the floor.
He's also
In the
not a
middle.
gentleman.
Yeah. Hey. Okay, come on.
I will have you know that I'm an unmarried lady. I do not approach sleeping
Ooh,
men,
dear.
gentle or otherwise.
And now she's in a room with 3 guys. Well, I'm gonna roll for
The scandal.
And-
my
no
very
difficulty,
strong
you know,
constitution
oh
that
dear.
will allow me to wake up in that pristine situation. Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
You die.
I die.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Yeah,
That's the worst moment for a fumble.
You were literally just, he's gone. I mean, you could hit him over the head with something quite large and heavy, and he'd be like,
Might
Which
have something to do with the amount of.
Which actually works pretty well with the idea
Horse
that
tranquilizer.
he fucked up his medicine roll earlier. So like,
That's
there
right, yeah.
might be some,
Yep.
not.
Yep.
I don't want to accuse anyone, but
Yep.
I'm just gonna say like, maybe just check on him a bit better.
Right. So yeah, he's Dr. Finley, you just glance at this and you're like, yep, that almost looks like that looks like ether has been used on this guy, on Lennox. It could very well have been. So yeah, he's out. So what is everybody doing now? Middle of the morning, are you just going to stay up, or are we going to try and get a few more hours sleep, or what's the plan?
No, we're getting to the bottom of this right now. I demand this. I've been raised from my room and all, and there's most of us here anyway.
Okay.
I might be tempted to go and send Johannes to get the captain back if he excused himself.
Might I suggest we go to one of the rooms that doesn't smell?
Hey, I showered like
know.
a week ago. It's fine, okay?
Well, you're not moving anywhere, obviously, because you're just gone. So if you like, you can move to Margaret's room or even Tom's room. He's got the room down here.
Might I suggest you burn these slippers, Doctor?
All right.
There's one remaining slipper.
I'll take a shower. I'll take a bath and join you. All right. Would you please help me put Lennox on this armchair? Let's give him some decency, please. Yeah. Will you help me?
I will help you put Lennox on the armchair.
Right. And then I'll shoo you outside the room because I want to take a bath.
As Johan holds his breath, he picks up the. So he gets Lennox just literally. If you didn't know any better, and the fact that he was breathing, you would almost think he's a corpse. So he's just kind of laying there out completely. So all right, so you guys do that, and you head over to Dr. Finley. You clean yourself up. There's not really a way to get a bath going at this late hour. Maybe. You can still clean yourself up. There's water and stuff like that. You clean yourself up as best you can. So it'll definitely wake you up a little bit more because you're exhausted, tired in the first place, and you're a little frazzled. Your mind is not entirely dealing with this well. So, all right, you two head back to the door. You knock on the door of Tom. I thought we were all going back to sleep.
Yeah, no, crisis session now.
Did anybody find that fool of a doctor?
He's back. He's
running.
Cleaning himself up.
Oh, well, come on in if you're coming in. So what be the issue?
I will have gathered up all of Lennox's stuff from the doctor's room and sort of carrying this with me, even though I don't think that is our most pressing issue. I presume this is a very nice hotel that provides stationery for the guests.
Yes,
of course.
So
it
Isn't it a Savoy? I mean,
I grab.
please.
Literally, you get a fancy pen and everything.
you're passed out. Shush you.
I grab said fancy pen and actually start making a list. A perpetual student that I am. And I'm like, okay, list of weird shit, list of personal problems, list of things that each of us has experienced that they should not have experienced.
Mm.
And I say, gentlemen, I'm getting.
You're cutting out again. Sorry. You're cutting out again.
Nope.
We cannot hear you, my dear Yeti. We cannot hear you, Yeti.
I tried connecting again. I don't know. So hopefully we get that worked out. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everyone. As you are in the room there, what's the plan? What do you want to do? You're going to discuss. I think Margaret wanted to get down to
the most important thing is to order coffee from the room service.
Indeed.
Very well. It's actually
disembodied voice.
It is right. Actually, it's quite easy to get that. It doesn't take much. You ring for room service, and they're up with a fresh pot of coffee, cups, pastries, whole yards. So should be good. So,
well, I'm not in the in Captain's room. I'm not gonna go there.
Okay.
Because but I think after I clean up myself a little bit, I will pull a chair and sit right across Lennox, who is still unconscious. Right, he's on the armchair and unconscious, and I think I will put his little mouse, on top of his left shoulder over here,
right.
So the mouse faces me, and I'll tell both of them what I did with the captain during our journey, during our trip. And I'll also tell them about my plan to bring back Abigail and Kathy. Every detail.
Okay.
Okay.
So for the players and for the viewers who don't know anything about the back history, maybe you might want to go into detail a little bit about that one. They don't know.
Well,
right?
Yeah, sure. Right. So the summary is that the doctor lost his wife and his daughter many years ago, and this is the reason he started. He was involved in this society, in this circle of I don't remember the initials, the occult society that we were members of anyway.
International Alliance of Psychical Research.
Yeah, I will never be able to remember that.
Yeah, I understand.
And,
okay.
And
I need to rethink that one. Go ahead.
Yes, he believes that there is a way to bring back their psyches, their souls, their spirits. But since their physical bodies are no longer available, he might be able to find other hosts. So this is what his plan. This is what he strives for, and so far he found a couple of candidates, but he's still thinking it over.
You're really trying to use me as a vessel, Doctor. You fuck! I trusted you. I believed in you, and that's all I can.
Now, Margaret, I don't know. You're hearing this, and after your initial, your most recent vision of Dr. Finley stitching what looks to be a dead arm to a dead body, and after what he's describing here, how do you react?
Wait! I'm not saying anything to Margaret.
Yeah, they are in the room. He's bathing, quote unquote.
We are in the captain's room. He has bathed and is talking to a passed out Lennox and the mouse.
Right, I got it.
Mouse on Lennox's shoulder.
So sorry. Apologies. Yeah, you're you're talking to the mouse and Lennox. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell the others.
Okay. All right.
What I was just doing when I, apparently became quite inaudible thanks to spirit intervention.
Right.
Was using the fancy hotel stationery to, draw a kind of battle map that, we might have to keep together with lots of red string, with everybody's issues for for all that we know, and
Mhm.
a big scary the Judas Society in the center, like the spider in its web. As a gentleman, I think our problems are rather interconnected, and I suggest that we start treating them as such, and instead of each of us struggling with their own problems, we might as well you did try and make sense of them all together as the pieces of the larger puzzle that they appear to be.
See, I have a couple of interesting informations then for you.
Do you know?
What my original somewhat intentions are here. There has been murders in, well, one in Vienna, one in Greece, one in Rome. They were all priests. They were all murdered after taking part in an exorcism. I'm pretty sure that the Judas Society is behind those. Only one of the people of the original exorcism is still alive. And the interesting thing is, when I just arrived here, I got a note from that person. He's still alive, and he's here in London. And he wants me to see him.
Murdered priests, but they did not go up in flames like poor Father Noah did they?
No, they did not get up in flames. But
Far worse.
at their murder, there was also found the, shall we say, calling card of the Judas Society, the silver ball.
Oh dear, those horrible people. I will never forget the sight of that. The poor little prince that is floating through the air and quite possessed. Oh, awful, awful.
Excuse me, what? When did that happen?
Oh, well, on the ship, when I indicate towards the captain, when we had just boarded the Campania from New York to London. It was, I think, the first night on board. They had a horrible Italian nanny. She posed as a nanny, but really she was, she posed as a governess, nurse to the little prince, but she had nefarious plans of I think sacrificing them. She wanted to burn the child in the ship's engine room, and it was awful. And that's how we became aware of the Judas Society. I mean, at least I hadn't heard of them before, but I do believe that eventually that they caused the ship to go down, and I don't know if they also caused the misfortune that befell my brother's ship, and that's how all this nonsense started for us.
As you're speaking about this, Margaret, you okay. Sorry. Yeah, as you're speaking about this, it's not you, it's Lennox. As you're speaking about this, you start to hear that horrible droning of the bodies hitting off the hull of the Campania. Boom, 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 boom. And Johannes, you start to hear this as well. You hear a strange tin drumming taking place, low in timbre, but it's just a low drumming on like some type of a metal, and you can see Margaret's face just clearly this is not making her feel comfortable.
Did you also hear that peculiar noise? Strange. I seem to be not able to hear your voice.
do you mean you hear that? I thought that it was all frozen. All the frozen.
As Margaret describes this, she's having a little. We're still having
No,
difficulty hearing you.
no.
Oh, okay. So, she talks about how multiple bodies were found in the middle of the sea. It was the northern of the normal route from New York to London. The ship sort of steered that way, and they suddenly were hearing this droning of probably hundreds of thousands of bodies just drumming off the side of the ship, all frozen solid. They don't know where they came from. All they know is that the ship had basically stopped, laid anchor, and went about the business of trying to gather up as many of these bodies as possible. They heard of the R.M.S. Lucania, not the Campania, but the Lucania, the sister ship of the Campania, disappeared at sea. And they wondered if maybe some of these bodies were from the Lucania. But it was also the same ship that housed, or that her brother was on his way from London to New York. So she actually had a vision seeing this. And she foresaw her brother's death, and it's never been the same since. And she relays all this information to you, the drumming, the horrible drumming of the bodies, frozen solid. Yeah. And then later, the sinking of the ship. So. And just about that time, you hear Eric show up walking down the hall. You know, it's the middle of the night, 5 o'clock in the morning. You guys are drinking coffee, and you're hearing all this commotion. You wake up, you heard some screaming. It sounded like the doctor was running down the hall screaming, and you come to this situation. You pass by the doctor's room, and it appears the doctor may be in there. You hear some loud snoring. You work your way down the hallway, end up to the old Tom's room, and there they are, just kind of sitting having this discussion. And it's like 5:30 in the morning. They're drinking coffee, and you hear this story of the R.M.S. Campania and what they saw. She also mentions a little woman by the name of Eusapia Palladino. She was a nanny or confidant of Princess Mary of Teck, or the Duchess of York. And turns out that she was basically a lieutenant for the Judas Society. And all she knows is, Margaret knows, is that somehow or another she probably went down with the ship. And the ship, one of the boilers or something, a massive explosion took place in the ship, causing the ship to rupture, and everybody had to get off of it or go down to the deep. So, that's it.
Eric stumbles into the room a bit. I mean, he's still affected by his heavy drinking earlier and not so much sleep. So he kind of tried to keep his composure, but stumbles into the room a bit, sits down and pours himself some coffee and tries to pretend that like he's been there all along.
So, Miss Playfair, besides this information about this brother Nigel Higgins, who has contacted me, who apparently was part of this exorcism, whose performers all gotten murdered in the recent years. I think I have some ideas where your assistant might be kept. With the help of Mr. Lauritsen, we could figure out that it's probably somewhere in what you maybe call the catacombs of this town.
Doctor, you finished your cleaning up, and Lennox, I believe you're just going to be out for the well. Try that con roll again for me. But by now he should be, kind of.
The guy with the lowest con is gonna roll for con, and it's gonna be a fail. Far from spending luck points.
Yeah. So, okay. Okay. Now you're we're just discounting that. It's been at least several hours here, almost at least a couple hours at least since you had that 2 or 3, about 3 hours. It's starting to wear off a little bit, and while you are very groggy, you are aware that you are now sitting in an armchair, and your mouse is on your shoulder. It was on his shoulder, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was on his shoulder. That's what I thought. So yeah, he's on your shoulder, and he seems to be pointing towards the doctor, who just kind of looks up and realizes that you're kind of waking up a little.
Vice versa.
And this is why I carry my wife's dress and my daughter's dress also. I need to use them as a measurement, as a template. You see.
Template, Doctor. What is happening?
You have to fit the dress, otherwise you won't do.
I fit what dress? Doctor, what the fuck is going on? What are you talking about here? What?
I'm not gonna go through it again, all right? I've already told you. So this is between you and me.
Yes, it is. I apologize. I should have remembered.
No.
Right.
No. I think the others are conspiring against us. They have this captain with them.
Yes.
So make an intelligence roll for me, Lennox.
That's a hard success.
Okay. So, as he's describing this, while your mind's going in and out, you have a massive headache right now. Even, laudanum does this. So, but you're starting to remember bits and pieces of the story he talked about. Not the full thing, but you got pieces of it. You remember him talking about how he wants to bring his wife, daughter back.
So many stories that we talked about.
Okay. Just saying, you pull some of the conversation back. It's up to you how you want to role play that, but yeah.
Doctor, I feel like I feel better. Thank you. I think I was just a bit lost there for a moment. My mind might have just drifted unwillingly. I do apologize. Did I disturb you? He tries to get up, fumbles a bit. It's okay. It's okay.
How should I call you then? Are you Lennox or are you the other one?
Doctor, I think you're mistaken. I am Lennox. I was always Lennox. I don't think there was anyone else who... Where are the others? I faintly remember Miss Playfair being here with us. Other voices
Yes,
too. Oh, that sailor. That sailor was here too, wasn't he?
Yes, the captain. Don't trust him.
He steps away from the doctor before he can even say something, and he just like steps back. Yes, I should think about this. He's not trustworthy.
He's unreliable. He's gonna lie to you and turn you against me, your best friend.
Why would he do that?
I do not know. Maybe
Wasn't
he's
he
in
on
league with the Judas Society. How did he make it out alive out of this wreckage? The whole boat sunk. The whole ship sunk. Now, let's pretend that we're completely oblivious to this. Let's walk in there and find out what's going on.
Yeah.
Remember, I told you everything. You can trust me now.
You told me everything. I do
Come on,
remember.
get up. I'll help you up. They're in his room. They said that they were heading towards the captain's room. Come on, and I'll try to help you get up.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Where are my things?
Would you like a cup of coffee, sir? You see a butler walk directly up to you. He's holding a couple of saucers of.
I thought we were alone, Doctor. Was he here with us? Was he here when we started talking? He reaches for the doctor's kind of neck, not neck,
the collar, right?
Collar, and he shakes him and he's like, "Doctor, was he here when we started talking? But was he here when I asked you?"
Do I see the butler or not? Do I see anyone?
Oh yeah, he's just standing right there waiting for you to respond. Coffee, sir.
You want coffee?
I'm sorry.
He goes to hand you the cup, and you try to grab it, and it literally drops through your hand.
Wait,
and you look up
to which hand?
Yeah.
Which is whose hand? To whose hand?
Well, whomever, whether
Okay.
either Dr. Finley or you, one of the two. So yeah, I was going to say Dr. Finley. So because he would offer to him first, but if both of you were seeing them though, so
I'm gonna use my momentum. I'm gonna smash the doctor into the wall, using my current position. Who's this?
Okay.
Why is he here with us?
Yeah, really. How did he enter the room?
You were out in the hallway, correct? You were on your way out down to the captain's room, correct? So as you were talking, I'm assuming you were talking going down the hallway.
No, inside the room.
You were still in the room? Apologies. So yeah, while you were in the room, he literally just comes into the room, and you slammed him up against the wall, and you glance over your shoulder, and the visage is gone.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
You see things. I understand. I knew you would understand. You see the invisible. You see things that are not there. Huh?
I'm sorry about this. I shouldn't. Did I say something to you? Did I approach you for something? I shouldn't have done so. I do apologize.
I think it was the other one. It was the other Lennox, I think. He asked me to.
I think you're mistaken, Doctor.
We should see the others. And he just kind of let go of the doctor, and he stumbles out of the room, like half drunk, half whatever. Seemingly just trying to get out of the room.
Okay. So, I'm assuming you follow him down the hallway.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So, all right, you guys basically stumble your way down to the captain's room, and you see Margaret, whom of which looks quite dismayed. She's very upset and just kind of rambling to the point where she says, I need to go lie down. I need to go lie down. And she heads to her room. And there you are left with, you find Johannes, Eric, and the captain. And what do you do?
Have the both of you gathered your respective faculties?
Yes.
We're fine. Fine, Mr. Ricker.
I do apologize for any harm that I might have caused. I didn't feel so well. Did I offend you?
You were already out when I arrived on the scene.
Good.
From what I've heard, you've asked the doctor to sedate you.
Yes, I did.
The other one, though.
It shouldn't be the matter right now. What is going on? What is happening?
We're in the process of putting the cards on the table, so to say.
Right. The cards on the table. Of course.
He just steps back a bit again.
Okay. So, what are you guys planning on doing here? It's now morning time. You've basically been up all night. The doctor seems a little frazzled.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit. Yeah. Lennox seems
But at least
to be
the sound's
out of
back.
Yes. So Lennox seems to be out of sorts, at least somewhat. Definitely not entirely with it. And you have just started. The day is starting to pick up. People are starting to come out of their rooms, busy or walk around. You hear people talking about, "Oh, I can't wait for the gala tonight. I can't wait to see the Houdini, or that. I think he's called the Houdini." They talk about, people are just, all the buzz is about this gala and this the masquerade ball tonight. The gala is during the daytime, masquerade ball is at night. Gala is pretty much a complete, think of it as like a convention where there's all sorts of demonstrations being done, stuff like that, to help support and bring in patronage for the alliance and get money to come in. And then there's the ball. So, what are you guys doing?
So the question is, what do we do?
Is now a good time?
Sorry?
Sorry.
No, I was just thinking, is now a good time to address the underground lead, Mr. Ricker?
It is. I've already raised this with Miss Playfair. We think we know where Miss Wainwright is kept.
Yes. Yes, if you can go find her, if we can go find her by any means, please. I'm so worried for Jessica.
I think Lennox is carefully just approaching the doctor, and he just kind of goes next to him, Watson to Sherlock. Why do they know about all of them? Are they aware of more than we are? And then he steps back like, can I trust you, Doctor? But this stare is like an intense stare. It's like can I trust you, Doctor? It's meant to be subtle, but it's meant to be very intense for you to answer quickly.
Of course. You can trust me. I hope I'm not muted. Sorry.
No, you're not.
Sorry. You can't trust me. You know you do. I've told you everything about me.
Yes.
I've never told anyone about these things. Can't trust me, but they know how to find Jessica, so maybe they know they have the means to find the Judas Society, find Dr. Bamford. Then I think we can use them.
Lennox just steps behind him, like on the side, giving him like access to everyone, while fading into the background behind him.
Yes, Mr. Ricker. You know where we can find poor old Jessica. Yes, we should go and seek her out and help that poor little thing. And tell us, please, how did you figure out where she is? Where she's currently? He's been held, you said.
He might have had an intuition.
A little more than an intuition, but okay.
I know that it's a little more. I feel I don't. After what you've told me recently, I don't have to explain this.
Actually,
do I?
Actually, can I try to do my ESP here and try to read the room faithfully?
Sure. Absolutely.
Which would be a fumble. Wonderful.
Damn.
Those are the best ones.
Those are the most intricate ones.
So you are taking the time to try and you've steadied yourself and you put your hands to your temples and you just kind of one at a time focusing on each one of the people and each one in the room. And it's just the intense the ringing starts to develop in your head. It's just a ringing in the ears and it's just such a stumbling headache. You literally stumble and have to sit down. So yeah, I
do, but I do pull the doctor kind of on his sleeve. I don't feel well about this. I don't feel good about any of this. And that's when I kind of just slumped down on the chair.
Okay. Make a psychology check, though.
Who?
Yeah, Lex. You, Lennox.
Oh, me.
Psychology.
About
Yeah.
who?
Mm-hmm. Just, well, you may not have been able to glean anything from the ESP, but you might be able to glean something from a psychology test. So. No. Okay.
You know what?
Oh,
this is a you pay a luck.
Yeah, okay.
What if I don't spend a point of luck and I just let it run out and see what happens? No. I do need to spend a 1 point of luck because I do need to know what is happening there. So I'm going to spend 1 point of luck to make that a regular success.
Just try and read the room.
Just to get a general feeling, if we're all on a kind of semi-same side or if we have so ulterior motives that it obstrues, because at the moment I feel like I trust the doctor more than any of those people here, and all of us have ulterior motives that I don't trust anymore.
Well, you've had trust issues for a long time.
Well, now you're pointing this out to the public. I mean, I feel like I told you this in confidence, okay?
Right,
okay,
right.
I feel like I'm very exposed here.
Got it. All right. So as far as reading what you're reading, literally, if you look at the doctor, and while you feel comfortable and and you feel at most comfortable. You can see that he is not comfortable at all. He's extremely uncomfortable being in the same room, being within the same vicinity as Tom. Tom's just kind of sitting there smoking his pipe as he always does. And as far as reading of him, he clearly has. You can see that his mind and eye is intent on the doctor, and it doesn't look like he has a kind look. But then again, this is Tom. The way he looks at people doesn't look kind to anybody. So that's just kind of how he is. So and then you look over to Johannes, who is clearly thinking he's in with a bunch of nut jobs here, and everybody is crazy, and I've got my own things I have to deal with. This whole world is turned topsy-turvy. What are we going to do here? We need to do something, etc. Margaret is kind of in the same boat. She's not sure what to think. She's still distressed and distraught over,
Well, she's also aristocracy, which I detest from the get-go.
There you go. Yeah. Well, you might as well call the doctor
nothing
the same
personal
thing. He's
yet
gentry
either.
at least.
But
The doctor is gentry at the very least. He may not be high society, but he's gentry level because he does make quite a bit of money. But yeah, at the very least, he's gentry level. So, kind of along the same levels. And then Eric, you look at Eric, and he's still kind of looking confused. He literally woke up in the middle of the night, just wondering what the heck's people screaming. And he come down the hallway here, and he's starting to think it has something to do with that cheese he just ate the night before, and maybe that might have something to do with it.
And you know what?
He's not sure.
And I think that is incentive enough for Lennox. He again approaches one of my fellow investigators in an appropriate situation, which is Eric, I approach you from the side just as you're kind of trying to get a good seat or maybe position. And he's like, so what's your idea? What's your thing? What's your thing about this whole situation? Literally appearing next to your ear.
I think a lot of things are seldom what they seem, Mr. Morgan. Would you agree?
Oh, yes. Reality is such a malleable thing. Like clay, you can create, you can destroy, and you can create new if you wish, if you want, if you will.
Yes, but there's always a surface, a polished surface. And then there's something more sinister below it. Would you agree?
Oh, I do want to roll psychology on this guy. There's so much deeper things going on. Can I roll psychology?
You just roll. All right. If we're focusing on him, I will give you that for this one. Yeah.
Okay. That's probably going to fail. Yeah, it's going to fail miserably.
God, you only have 10%. So.
Oh, yeah, I do. I don't care about other people's opinion.
Okay.
I make my own ideas.
Oh, yes, I totally agree, Mr. Lauritsen. A very common name in the Scandinavian region, is it?
I wouldn't say it's common, but
if it's not common, then you're known, aren't you? You've been exploring.
Yes, my family has a bit of a history where I'm from.
Pray tell. What history is it?
I come from a wealthy industrial family, and as I said, everything has a polished surface and a darkness below it. And you mentioned trust before, Mr. Morgan. I'm of the firm belief that you can trust nothing in this world but yourself.
I think Morgan will actually smile at him. Like, really smile at him. And I think he will extend his hand for a handshake.
Mm-hmm. I return the gesture and I smile back, and I think Eric demonstrate that polished surface he was talking about.
Yeah, and immediately after, Lennox turns to the doctor and says, "Yes, I think they're not too bad at all, but we should give them a hand in their investigation. Is it what we call it nowadays? Yes, sewers they mentioned. Yes, let's go to the sewers, the dark and below the London Society." What? Yeah. Yes. Maybe we should just listen to them, and we can help them.
Right. You're Lenny, and the other one is Lennox, then.
What? Yeah. Okay. Can we just wrap this up? I mean, they all seem very uncomfortable right now. I think we should be on the same side right now.
Yes. Right. Gentlemen, we have and lady, we have a mission now. We have to find Jessica.
Eric, you're drinking a cup of coffee, but then you look down and you realize you're drinking a cup of blood. And the rest of you look over at Eric and you see blood trickling down his lips and just down his throat. It looks like he just vomited blood for a second there.
Lennox just smiles at him.
Yeah, and I think as the horror hits me, the most horrific part is that the taste is awfully familiar.
Yep.
Do you want me to roll?
Oh yes, sanity for certain. Yeah, sanity for certain, and yeah, you get the coppery metallic taste. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see. Did the roll come through?
Wait, did we all see that, or just?
Oh yes, all of you do.
There we go.
All of you see
That's
this. Yes.
Hard success.
Yes. Okay. So, yeah, 1 point. So, whatever it is,
1 point,
you're completely, because it only happens for a few seconds, but all of you see this.
But
And
then it returns again.
You blink your eyes and it's gone. You know, he's back to what he was previously.
Lennox just smiles wholeheartedly at Eric.
I smile back and I lick my lips for a second before turning to
Okay.
I think Lennox will mimic you licking your lips. I think he will actually mimic you in that moment.
Are you gonna stand around here and just look at each other? What's this one with all the blood off his face? Clean yourself up, boy. And he walks out of the room.
Sounds like a good suggestion. Gentlemen, lady, shall we try to find a way down into the old underground? Time is ticking, after all.
Please lead the way, please. Right after you.
So, how do you plan to do this? How are you going to get where you need to go? You know, Johannes, that it's below you. You know that it's likely one of the old subway line tubes. But how you actually get there is a whole other ballpark.
Should we actually do some investigation and Call of Cthulhu?
Yeah, should we like Call of Cthulhu, like going into the library and look at the plans?
That might be helpful. Or you could talk to Eric. He could like, oh, you want to go there?
Oh no! That's not half as fun.
Okay, that's fine. I want you to roll your roll, Eric. Just roll your ability roll, and then you guys tell me what you're going to do from there.
Come on, just crit that and lead us down.
Is that navigation in this case?
Yes,
Oh.
that's it. Well, it's your 30%. No, that's not. Yeah, it's going to be your 30% of your.
Oh, it's going to be my 30%.
The
Okay, I'll
EMF
roll it.
room, right?
Sure. I'll roll the 30% here.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, no, it's not working with you. So what are you guys doing? Yeah, you're not sure what's going on. Things are awry right now, Eric. So
Yeah.
But I think that Dr. Finley will head downstairs at the reception area and demand to see the manager. Right now.
okay, you're doing that.
Yes,
What are? Go ahead. Just give me
No.
one. Yeah, give me a second. You're going to talk to the manager. Johannes, what are you guys doing? Lennox, Eric,
What time
Margaret.
is it right now?
It's now about 7 a.m.
Oh, 7. Perfect.
Yes, you've been up all night, literally. Quite well.
Yeah,
You haven't.
Well,
So,
you know.
but, you know.
I will
Yeah.
go to the receptionist and inquire the opening times of the London Public Library and the National Museum.
Okay. Well, you're waiting in line because the doctor's in front of you. But okay, we'll get to that.
It's understandable.
Yeah. So we'll get to you, doctor. Don't worry. Johannes, what are you doing?
Go to my room and get a gun.
That's a smart play. That's a smart play.
I'd probably get properly dressed because last time I checked, I was.
Got it. Okay, Margaret.
Oh, wait,
What
doesn't
are you doing?
the doctor is still in his nightgown at the reception
No,
desk?
He changed.
he took a bath
Oh,
in between.
he took a bath and you changed. Okay.
Yeah.
I do.
So Margaret,
You
what
might be still in your nightgown, or did you ever get out of your clothes at all?
Nightgown? What is that
Yeah,
exactly?
okay. Yeah. No.
Lennox doesn't know what that is.
No,
Yeah,
no.
not really. So Margaret, what are you doing?
I'll try and get a hold of the manager of the London Underground Corporation, or whatever
Oh.
they would happen to be.
Oh, you can just.
I'll, try and do
Reach
this
your way
properly
through.
and pull strings and, roll credit rating.
Okay, we'll get to that. Eric, how about you? What are you going to be doing?
I will go into the restaurant and strike up a conversation with the waiter or waitress. First of all, I want some food, and I also want to see if I can question that person a bit.
Okay. You're able to walk into the restaurant. They immediately bring you in, set you at a table, get you set up for food. All right, we'll get back to you. We'll go to the doctor. Doctor, you show up. May I help you, sir? There's a new maitre d' on staff for the morning. Yes, Dr. Finley, good to see you, sir.
Yes, good to hear you too.
Can I help you?
It's a fine day today. Yes, I would like you to assist me with something, help me with something. You see, I'm conducting a research on the London sewers and underground system, and I was wondering whether there is any passage, any entrance in the foundations of this hotel, so we may get down there. I'm sure that there must be one, right?
I'm sorry, sir. I do not have any knowledge of the sewer system as to whether or not there is an entranceway to the sewer system from the hotel. I would hope so.
So all of these sewers, where does it go to? Right out into the streets.
I see your meaning, sir. I tell you what. Allow me to talk to our chief engineer of the hotel.
Excellent.
And civil engineer, and we will bring him up and see what he might be able to say. Would you mind waiting? And he points over to one of the chairs in the lobby. And
yes, of course. And this is for you, and I'll hand him over £1 bill. It's quite a lot.
That's quite a lot. You're right.
For your trouble. For your trouble,
Oh,
sir.
thank you very much, sir. Absolutely, sir. Would you like some coffee, some pastries, sir? I could have someone bring that for you. Yes.
That will be fine. I'll be sitting right over there. Thank you.
So he waves over to someone, and about that time, Lennox, you're coming up to the counter. Mr.
Yes.
Lennox, I presume.
Morgan, yes.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Mr. Morgan.
They informed
How may I help
They
you,
informed
sir?
you about everything, right? I need 2 gallons of liquid petroleum. I need at least 4. No, make it 6 gas lanterns. Hurricane lantern. Make it hurricane lanterns. Yes. And then survival gear. I need some of that as well. Immediately.
Contrary to popular belief, sir, we are not a general store.
Well,
However,
if I pay you, you will procure it. Isn't that the deal? Of a Savoy hotel, isn't that? The reputation of this beautiful institution shouldn't cross any country lines, any misconceptions, does it?
absolutely not, sir. You're
Oh,
absolutely
yes, of
correct.
course. You are absolutely useless in these sort of situations. So I might as well go to another hotel and explain why you refuse any service to me. And he turns
I am
around
not
and he starts
refusing
walking
any-
off.
He just shakes his head and is like, and is anybody else down there, or what is anybody else doing? I know Eric,
think
you
that-
went to have breakfast.
I think the doctor's
Yeah.
there.
Doctor. Well, yeah, he's waiting.
Yeah.
He's waiting. What did you wait for? I'm sorry, you asked for Oh, the ways down. With the chief engineer. Right.
Yes.
So you see a guy show up on the elevator. Clearly, he doesn't see the light of day often because of where he works. And he certainly doesn't come up here very often. You see the maitre d' he comes off. He's wearing these full overalls, coveralls, I should say, and they're greasy and they're just. The guy's balding, has a full beard, but it's completely balding, stringy hair, kind of doing the whole comb over thing on the top of his head, and he's got very, very thick glasses. Yes, sir. And then the matron, she's like, no, come with me. Not here. Pardon me, Dr. Finley, please follow me here. And they kind of lead you to the back to the office, manager's office, which is vacant at the moment. And he's like, sorry, sir. I'm Tom. What can I help you with? I'm Tom Bull, the chief engineer for Savoy. Been here 42 years.
Excellent. That means that you will probably be able to help me. I'm seeking for a way to get down into the sewer system of London and the old, I think how you call it, the tube system you have here in London. I need to get down there. Is there a way to get down there through this hotel? Maybe you have...
Well, it's been a long time since they had the tubes below there, sir. They did, and it's been a long time since they've closed them up. Never been used before, and I could possibly get you down there. I just well, no problem, sir. If it's all right with the maitre d', I'll be happy to take you on down.
Would I've overheard that conversation? Being
Sure,
next in line.
absolutely.
Then I'll appear right next to his head again from the back and ask, and are you insuring us to come back up to the surface as well?
Oh, dear God, I'm seeing W right here, sir. Sorry, let me go. He takes off his glasses, wipes them a little bit, looks up. Oh, no. Sorry, who are you, sir?
I'm the one who asked you to get us back up once we come down.
Oh, well, I can provide you with a torch and a mop. I can give you. I can draw you a map, sir.
Oh, a map. I understood a mop.
That's what I said, a mop, sir.
God damn it, you're frickin' British.
I think he's just gonna swirl around the doctor and point out non-existential things that are curious to him, while the doctor carries the conversation at that moment.
You look down at the chair that sits right in front of the desk, and there in the chair is a pool of blood pouring over the edge, and you see on the floor the head of Sergeant Jeffries laying there on the floor. Did Margaret? Did he see him? You didn't see him, did you? No. Yeah, you see the head of it. He did. Okay. You see the head of Sergeant Jeffries from the Dragoons, who was actually here. He's laying there on the floor, and there's this pool of blood.
That sounds like a sanity check a lot.
Well, are you? I don't think you're there, but
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lennox. I don't think you need to make a sand check on this one, just because you've seen too many of this, and you're like, okay, yeah, all right, we're here. Yeah, so it doesn't really stress you, at least at this point. So, okay,
It doesn't stress 50% of me.
Well, okay. Roll percentile, and if it's below 50, it's the right one, and if it's above 50, then it's the one that is. Oh my gosh! Yeah, you need to make a sand check.
Oh.
And you're fine. 1 point. So
On the spot.
yeah. All right. So he literally takes the time and draws out gets a paper and kind of draws out a map. There is service elevators at the back of the hotel. One of them is one of the most original service elevators of the hotel. It's still in operation, but it's only for below with the boilers and you remember everything works by coal right now. Everything's coal powered, and so they basically bring in coal at the bottom of it. Nobody would ever see this in the front of the hotel, but it's constantly going on. So you can almost taste the coal dust in the air as you're going down the elevator. And he draws you out a map, and he points you to you get down to the bottom. It goes down maybe three floors below the ground floor. It's going to be like 3 levels, and the gate is rusty, and just trying to get it open. It doesn't seem like anybody's actually been down here in years. It's very dark, and Tom pulls out a torch. It's got a battery torch, and he turns it on, and he pulls out. There's actually an oil torch on the wall sconce, and he manages to light that for you. That's the best I can do for you. I wouldn't put the flames too close to too much. But you follow this down, and you're looking into a vast tunnel. It's probably, I'm going to say 25 feet high and basically tubular, as you can imagine. And there's rubble all across the old tracks. The tracks are all very rusted, rubble over it. But I need everybody once you get the light out and you're kind of looking around, I need everybody to make a spot hidden.
Can we assume that we went and brought all the others down here, or is it just me and Lennox and Tom?
I was assuming that everybody was going to be going, unless Margaret would want to not go. I mean, it's up to you.
No, I do want to.
Yeah, I figured you would.
So
all
five of us.
All 5 of you went. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That was the plan.
Right.
Okay. So. All right.
It's very dark.
Yes, it is. Okay, and
I haven't slept. My eyes are tired.
Okay, so you spy on the ground or on the amongst the rubble a red ribbon.
Oh. All right. I'll pick it up and bring it back to Lady Playfair.
Margaret, he's holding. Margaret, he's holding one of Jessica's ribbons that she likes to wear in her hair.
Oh, that looks so much like hers. Yes, I'm sure it. I was very afraid, as a out of character, that this might actually be one of the Doctor's daughters.
No. You never know. So in this particular case, like I said, you found the ribbon, but you also saw lots of footprints, recent footprints. These aren't just old or anything. This is somebody has been down here frequently, and obviously the ribbon kind of confirms it. But you can see that the tunnel is actually completely collapsed on the when you come out of the elevator on the left-hand side, it's completely collapsed. But the right side, it leads down, and it's a vast emptiness space. You hear the temperature is quite cool down here. It's like in the mid-40s. It's very wet. You can hear the dripping of water dripping in the background, clinking, and it's very ominous. You can't see much based on the light, but you know that somebody has been down here. What do you do?
Does it belong to Jessica, Lady Playfair?
Yes, it must be yours. Please, gentlemen, let's press on.
Eric, are you with us? Just making sure.
I'm here. Yes.
Okay.
I think I'll just turn and face Johannes, like I'm expecting him to do something. So he said that he knows where she is.
Are there, like, what is the layout generally? Are there, like, multiple? Is there one obvious way forward? Otherwise,
Right now, all you see, you're in a massive. Just think of it as imagine a large subway tunnel. There's no train in it. There's rubble everywhere. There looks to be a stairwell that leads up on the other side. It looks like there was a turn station, a subway station on the other side that came down, and that has been collapsed as well. But the subway tunnel just leads on. You can't quite see much further. You can make your way. It's just,
but it's essentially the only way forward.
Yes. Literally the only way forward. That's correct. And I want both you and Eric to make your special ability rolls, please.
I was going to grab the ribbon to do that to help me focus
I
more.
hand it over.
Can I get an advantage?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on that one with the ribbon.
Oh, good thing I had this advantage.
I assume it's a 30% roll.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I fail.
Okay. So with the you were able to pick it up, Johannes. Yeah, you're looking at the ribbon and you notice some blood on the end of the ribbon. This threw you off and you almost lost track, but you managed to pull it back on and were able to focus. And you know that she is in a chamber approximately. You're within 5 miles of her for certain. I mean, of underground is what I mean. It's a ways, but you know that she's that direction. And Eric, you're feeling, well, it's pretty simple. We go this direction. And other than that, you don't know exactly where you're at. You can't guesstimate exactly where you're at underneath the city. But, this is no big deal to you. You've been all over the place.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So,
And
go ahead.
Eric changes his demeanor a bit. He looks quite excited, exhilarated to be down here. He has a smile on his face.
All right. You hear behind you this ka-thunk clud, and it's the wooden peg leg of Tom. Well, we better be going. And as he looks out amongst, he sees off in the distance. He's looking at something, squinting at it, and you all turn in that same direction and squint, and you see at the end of the tunnel a bright light, and you hear the sound
Oh,
of a train speeding your way. And that's where we're
what
going to
the
end this
hell?
session.
What the hell?
Oh my. Oh my.
Well, thanks everybody for joining us. Sorry for our technical difficulties. You know, that's the internet. And we hoped you enjoyed our show today, and we're looking forward to things happening on the next session. We will post up a new one soon. And thanks so much for watching. You have a great day. See ya.